All right. Mic check. Cam check. Looks like we're good. What are y'all talking about over there? It's not a real arcade. Man. All right. Well, it's Friday. So happy Friday, everybody. Don't really have much else to. Oh, actually, I probably should have put that in the title. All the Maxroll guys are actually updated, by the way. So all the guys I am responsible for have received their updates. I am pending a little bit on the Victimize Barrage thing because I haven't done that quite yet. I'm assuming nothing changes, but I did add the precision Barrage variation from my planner, basically, into the guide. So for those who prefer that style of play, it is actually up there. Did I watch the PoE stream? You were here yesterday with me. No? Relique or no? I streamed it yesterday. I streamed the campfire. And then the PoE 2 stream. So yeah, I actually streamed both yesterday. Suffice to say, it looks awesome. It does. Looks way better than than PoE 1 in terms of just the polish and the combat. The animations look like crisp. So I'm excited to give it a shot when it comes around. But season 7 looks awesome too. Well, I mean, there's really no like overlap because I mean, we have the mid season right now, which obviously isn't really much, of course. Then the early access is on the 6th for Path of Exile 2. Season 7 doesn't start until what, January, like end of January. So that gives players like, almost a month and a half of being able to grind some early access kind of thing. Season 2 remix. I think they're starting to get back to like the seasons they kind of want to do now that they spent a lot of time redoing or remaking parts of the game that they've been wanting to do it for a while. I think now they're starting to really focus on the other stuff, which is a good thing. I just wish they would also focus on bugs too as well. That's like my biggest gripe and will continue to be my biggest gripe until those are tackled. So with that being said, yeah, but I am excited for PoE 2. And I think I am one of the biggest things I mentioned that I noticed in the campfire, or well, it's not campfire for them, the dev stream for them, is that they can freely speak about anything they want without what appears to be any oversight. So basically, they don't have to subject themselves to PR, which is a great thing. Because yeah, you could tell just by how they were speaking to each other, it was like they were just talking. And things. You can tell they really care too. Oh, of course they do. I think the thing is that people don't realize that I think devs don't, most devs don't create games because they just want a job. Like when you get into that field, you do care about what you're doing, given the fact that your pay is practically crap. It's like being a teacher, because I think why I can relate so much in a sense. Obviously, you do care. Otherwise, you would go to a different field that actually pays for what you're worth, right? However, how much you're able to do, what you're allowed to do, is just really up to whoever is in control. You're developing kids. Yeah, there you go, Matthias. That's exactly the thing. Right. So I think the thing is that a lot of times you're not devs in much bigger companies are just not really able to be more themselves and what they really want to do, which is actually why you see more good devs kind of like branching out and like trying to do more indie things, because then they have a lot more control. Like, David Brevik, for example, right? Notice how David Brevik, who was like the father of, the action RPG genre with Diablo 2, right? Notice how he doesn't work with any big companies anymore. Like he's not like full-time staff at any big company anywhere. He might consult, but if you notice, he doesn't work for any big company, and he could. Like his name by himself, there's not a single company out there working on any action RPGs or RPGs in general that would not hire that guy. But why doesn't he do it? You know why? Because he doesn't want to. He prefers to have creative freedom to do what he wants to do. He is well aware that he can't do what he wants to do with that kind of overhead. Perfect example: Marvel Heroes. Remember Marvel Heroes Omega? Very good game, but he literally had to answer to Disney every step of the way. So he couldn't really do everything he really wanted to do, and Disney had so much hands on the game that he just got tired of it. So he just got out of that type of industry and just started doing indie. So like, while I agree with you, Relique, in terms of like, obviously the Path of Exile devs care, but I think that they have a lot more leeway to do what they want to do, and so they're able to be more personable about the things that they say. Not every company has that leeway, and I can tell you why. I can tell you why I know that, because if you guys got to speak, or if you guys, how do I say this? Boiler might know too, because Boiler went to, well, Boiler may know too as well. I'll just say that. I got a chance to actually speak to these guys one-on-one. They actually have personalities. They actually do care. But in the spaces that I got a chance to speak to them with, there really wasn't really that much PR talk. Now, obviously, I can't repeat some of the things they said. I'm just gonna be honest with you, but they were much more personal in the way that they can't be in the campfire chats or any and other avenues or social avenues. So what I see and what you guys see are sometimes just different, and it's unfortunate. It really is. I'm not defending every decision that Blizzard makes. Obviously, I complain about bugs every single stream. Like, so I rip Blizzard a new one on almost a daily basis for the things I don't like about the game, right? But I will for 100% tell you that the dev team actually does care, despite some decisions that feel really out of touch with the community and gamers in general. But that's a whole nother topic. But I guess what I'm saying about the PoE devs is that they can make decisions, they can do things without necessarily needing like 5 levels of red tape before it gets approved. Like Jonathan can sit there and make a change, or Mark can make a change, or slip a change in there and be like, yo, let's try this out. And it's like, they might feel a certain way about it, but they'll at least do it because, it's like, all right, cool, why not? They can do that. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the thing that I kind of want people to kind of like get from that, where it's like, there are probably more devs that do have the passion, like Jonathan and Mark in a sense, that aren't really able to display that in the same way. They may not be as good as Mark and Jonathan. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Mark and Jonathan are amazing developers. Let's be honest. I'm just saying that passion piece may not be able to be as geeky or whatever that other devs would love to be able to display. And as a teacher, I feel that there are some things I can't say in the classroom or do or whatnot, and there are things I do say that my students obviously know not to repeat because they want me to keep my job because they like me. So I have a little bit more leeway with what I can get away with because my students won't put me on blast or whatever for saying. But there's just some things I gotta abide by with the district, whether I like it or not. But just like the people who are at the top of you know, for like board of education or whatever, who have no idea how to teach, it's the same thing with investors and management in video games who don't play video games, making decisions that they shouldn't be making. For the people who actually know what they're doing, aka the actual teachers, aka the actual developers. Marvel Heroes was awesome. It was. I played about 4,000 or 5,000 hours of that game roughly. It was fun. New role player level at the beginning of the season as a Dancer Knives build. Thinking about going back to since Spiritborn is getting boring. That being said, Rapid Fire, Rain of Rails. Rain of Rails for sure. I think you would enjoy Rain of Rails much more. You said you started a pin and shot build? Cool, cool. Have you been telling your students about your flat earth theories? Let me tell you this, Relique. Not only is the earth flat, but every planet in the solar system is flat. Except Pluto. Pluto was actually round. And that's the reason why it was kicked out of the, you know, the our planets. We decided to remove it as a planet because we found out that it wasn't flat. That it's actually round, and so that's how it got kicked out. True story, by the way. I mean, that makes sense, right? Obviously, it totally makes sense. P-May, what's going on? Sorry, appreciate the sub. I almost didn't even hear the alert. Thanks for the builds and streams. You're one of the best. Thanks, man. I'm just striving to make you guys happy and a fun environment generally. So we'll keep at it. Hey, man, just wondering which one deals more damage when it comes to amulet adaptability or conceited. Assuming you're playing a basic attack build, definitely adaptability. However, there are really no rogue builds right now that, at least on the end game side of things, like the Mythic variant or whatever, or Ancestral variant, that really has adaptability right now. So, because adaptability only really works with basic attacks. Build. Oh no, this is still Heartseeker. I haven't I'm going to spec into Barrage, by the way. I also did some more testing also with Victimize outside of the stream or whatever. Awesome song, yes. Oh, y'all's basic attack or basic build suck too? Pretty much. I mean, you have to kind of gimmick it around Victimize, which I kind of hate. But it kind of is what it is. But pretty much, yeah. I'm gonna I think next season might actually allow for some basic attack builds to kind of. Oh, J-Mac, 2 years. What a boss. Appreciate you, man. I think next season will allow like some basic attack build like Heartseeker, etc. Be able to use alchemical admixture as a key passive. So I'm already on that train of thought and theory crafting for that. So, and I'm excited for possibly that opportunity to be there, because then you can build damage and not proc. All right. So we're gonna keep farming for OBDs because I don't have enough to switch to Barrage yet. So Pluto was not invited to the flat club. I ain't gonna lie, man. I was straight up mad. Like, real talk, I was straight up mad when they ended up dissing Pluto, man. Pluto was an OG, man. He was an OG for years, man. Like, as someone who was like really interested in like the, you know, like the solar system and planets and stuff when I was younger, I was straight up mad. I'm like, y'all ain't gotta do boy like that, man. Do I have pin shot gloves? I don't. I use a core skills glove because that's the best I got. The dope MC is a dope MC. Yes. Yes, sir. Coming from Spiritborn, which build should I play to have fun until 6th of December? What class? How's the game versus the base game now? You mean like how's the game now versus when Diablo 4 launched? Is that what you're asking? What spec am I using? Heartseeker. A lot better. It's considerably better than what it was at launch. I mean, night and day. Almost practically a different game from what it felt like at launch. This isn't to say that there isn't improvements still to be done. There's for sure, absolutely, but it's in a much better state than it was almost a year and a half ago. All right, J Mac, you can calm down. You can calm down. We know you found a new infatuation, but you can you can calm down a little bit. Just a teeny bit. I'm excited too. Combo points or inner sight? Neither. Preparation. Inner sight is mainly a meme until maybe next patch. Not next patch, sorry. Next season. When they actually like reveal some more changes to the class. Maybe inner sight won't be a meme next season, but it's mostly a meme unless you're playing Flurry maybe with Scoundrel's Leathers. But that's still kind of like, considering that you have to go regular Flurry to do it, and regular Flurry is still really not popular at the moment, despite how much fun it is. Then I will still kind of put it in like the meme category. Is that Path of Exile? Yes. December 6th. I will also be playing. But yeah, season 7 though. The Armory baller. Did I buy a $30 package? No, but I will. You have an updated planner for this build? So yeah, I've updated all the Maxroll guides. Now, this is probably more personal setup or whatever. Not this build. Do exclamation mark builds with the S. Now, I don't have Flurry in the Maxroll setup. I instead have what is it? Shadow Step for the movement. And I also have Death Trap instead of Shadow Clone because I'm doing this without Dark Shroud, which I can't really recommend most players that do. But it pretty much functions the same way. Like what I'm doing and what's in the Maxroll guide is basically functions the exact same way. I'm just doing it a little more glassier. Well, a lot glassier actually. Armory and no jump back for Joe. When I saw, my mouth dropped when I saw the Caltraps not have the jump back animation. and you can place them anywhere almost, bro. Like that, so it's so big. That change is so big. Do you know how many times I've submitted that feedback every single season? It only took 7 seasons, but we got it, guys. We got it, fam. What YOLO mouse cursor is that? None. This is actually a setting in the game. You can literally change your color of cursor inside the game menu. I don't use any third-party programs of any sort. Not even YOLO mouse. Hacks? Yeah, I hacked the game files though, yeah, to include this super beautiful mouse color that you see. Am I gonna play PoE too? Yep. Yep, I plan on it. It's probably a really good idea anyways for me too, considering that like by the time December 6th comes, there's probably nothing else really left for me to do in Diablo 4 anyways. And the PTR drops on the 3rd, so that gives me the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. Like 3 days of blasting the PTR to make content and talk about the stuff or whatever. And then I can just dive into PoE 2 right afterwards. So I think the release of PoE 2's early access is like perfect, honestly. Will I be rolling a Spiritborn before playing PoE 2? No. No Spiritborn until next season, maybe. Although I won't start with Spiritborn, but I'll make a Spiritborn like mid-season next season or something. Which class? Ranger or Merc? Probably Ranger first. Because I think a lot of people are going to go Mercenary, so I think I'm going to stick to my tried and true. I heard PoE 2 is already better than D4 and it's not even out yet. So I always find Hyperbole fun. I'll put it that way. You know, the whole like I heard it, yeah, like Hyperbole is always fun to experience. I think that's all I'm gonna say. And the people who feed into that and repost the same Hyperboil is also just as much fun to read. I'll leave it at that. I will always be the individual that saves their opinion about a game or a product or anything until I actually play it and or experience it. Don't get me wrong, I do Hyperbole. Did I say boil? Hyperbole. I didn't even realize I was even saying what, boil? Was I really saying boil? Wow. I'm bad. Yeah. Hyper belly. Nah. I just think that like there's nothing wrong with hype, of course, right? But there's a such thing that it's not hyperbolic to say PoE 2 will have more in-game content and value to chase than D4 or DSA, man. But that's not what he said though. 3 below 0. Is that what he said? See, like you're saying something different than what he's saying. No, but you're saying it's not fair for me to say that. But I wasn't responding to what you just said. I'm responding to what someone else said that I coined as hyperbole. So you're saying it's not fair for me to say that to a statement you didn't even make yet. So how could I reply to a statement you have not made? The definition of hyperbole is this: when someone makes a very exaggerated claim or really hyper exaggerates or over exaggerates a certain thing, right? Especially when that claim either hasn't been proven or realized yet, right? I'm not saying that Path of Exile 2 won't become, like, let's just say it's very, very possible that Path of Exile becomes like the best action RPG of all time. That's very possible, right? But there's no way that I can claim that or make that a statement and then saying no other game will ever beat Path of Exile 2. Every other game before this will bow him, like, to his knees and whatnot, before we even play the game. Though that's hyperbole. This isn't to say that Path of Exile 2 won't be great. This isn't to say that it doesn't look good right now. This isn't to say that they didn't have a great presentation. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying the unsubstantiated claims and the like over exaggerations of things before we even touch it is what I'm saying. So, in my opinion, I think it's fair. I think it's fair that I judge something based on something I tried. Right? Do you feel that, does anyone in the chat feel that that's a interesting way to judge a product? Not necessarily a game, but anything. Like judge a product, a person, a thing based on whether or not you actually met them and or have played the thing and or have tried said thing. Because generally that's what I do. And maybe that might be far-fetched. Maybe I should be a lot more judgmental ahead of time. I don't know. I might be doing it wrong. But y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. What up, Relic? Hyperbole? Is that what you want me to say? Halfway through, Relic, I've been pronouncing it wrong on purpose just to grind your gears. I saw you like the first 3 times that you actually tried to correct me. But I purposely kept saying it wrong just to grind your gears. After I realized I was saying it wrong and then I saw you try to correct me, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just keep saying it anyway. Because I know it gets to him. I heard someone say, don't judge a book by its cover. Hyperbole? Hyperbole, right? Is that what you want me to say? Hyperbole? Hyperbole? How you want me to say it? Hyperbole. Is that how you want me to say it? I like hyperbole. Does it grind your hyperbole? I can't even say pe because there's a hyperbole. That's what you want me to say? Hyperbole. You want me to say it correctly? Fine. 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 Hyperbole. Dies a troll. I couldn't keep it going long enough without someone catching me. Dang it, Peacha. Anyways, was it Captain Xylax? Basically what I said before too as well. I think the idea is, don't get me wrong. I think with me saying what I'm saying, I'm totally not, because people kind of get the wrong perception when I say what I'm saying, where I'm like, I'll judge Path of Exile 2 when it comes out. Like when I play it, like when I get my hands on it and I actually play the game, I'll have more opinions before I say, I enjoy this better than such and such, or I think this is better than such and such, because I don't know and I can't know until I actually play it. At least that's how I always kind of judge, judge things. Your point of view is 3 below 0. But see, 3 below 0, we're talking about this. We're talking about different things. I'm specifically talking about Path of Exile. You're talking about what you don't like about Diablo 4, which I agree. I agree with what you're saying about Diablo 4, but the conversation wasn't even about Diablo 4 at the time. It was about Path of Exile at the time, like being, or playing something you have not played, or pursuing something that you have not played yet to be better than something else, or even seen much of yet. You see what I'm saying? Whether it was D4, whether it was Last Epoch, whether it was anything of that nature, that was the context of it. You're bringing something different to the conversation, which is fine. I am totally not debating what you're saying at all whatsoever. I actually mostly agree with what you're saying. But that wasn't the hyperbole, wink, that I was talking about. But with that being said, I totally plan on, obviously, like I said, playing it, and hopefully it exceeds my expectation. Right? Sure about like D4 and like D4 content making me move to PoE 2. Oh, sure, that's fine. Again, not exactly what we were talking about, but I understand. I totally understand. Am I going to like PoE 2? I mean, I hope so. I mean, there's no way for me to really know until I play, right? But I can say that I like what I see so far. I think the presentation was done really well, but it, just like with any games that have trailers and kind of showing off like specific gameplay and pieces that look really cool at first until we actually get the game and actually play, and a meta develops that may even be better than the trailer or worse than the gameplay we saw before. It's kind of like you know what I'm saying, like I played way too many games to need to hold my opinions until I actually get it, or hold how I truly feel about something until I play it. How many times have we been burned as gamers? For those who have been here, like, I mean, I think everybody in this chat has been hyped or super hyped about something. Quite a few games that ended up being a dud when you actually played it, but it was hyped to hell and you were so excited about it. How many games have you guys have known where that has happened? A lot, right? So I'm holding, because of that, I hold all games to that same standard. I did the same thing with Diablo 4. Believe it or not, for those who have been in my channel before, I've said the same thing when I was playing D3 to D4. I said, I'm not going to overhype it, right? I played the betas. It was fun, or I had fun in the betas, the in-game beta and whatnot and stuff, but I'll kind of leave my opinion until, the game actually comes out and we get a chance to play it. So it's definitely not being a fanboy of Diablo 4 in any way. It's more so of, you know, it's a wait and see type thing. A lot of disappointments, but Path of Exile 2 gives me Baldur's Gate 3 vibes. Oh, I mean, for sure. Like it's exciting. The presentation was really well done. I totally understand people being excited about it. I mean, I'm excited about it, so I understand. I won't make claims that like it's gonna like solve world hunger or anything, but you know, I'll you know, I'm gonna try it because it looks fun. Wave. Say, wait one damn minute, the world isn't a triangle. Have I played the first at all? It depends on the definition of play. Because you know how Path of Exile has its definition of you haven't really even played a game until you reach a certain amount of hours. So like, I've only played like 200-ish hours, which by like a PoE veteran's perspective, that's like I haven't played the game at all, which I understand. You know, there's there's so much to the game. So yeah, I only have 200 something hours of Path of Exile played. And when I did play, I played it quite casually. I wasn't trying to grind or anything. So, I know enough to know you don't know anything. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yep. That's exactly where I'm at. So I consider myself brand new going into Path of Exile 2. However, that actually gives me you said you're being sober about it, and I get understand. Yeah. I'm not upset at anyone else being excited about it. Like I said, I'm just some of the hyperbole. I'm gonna always like think of relief whenever I say that. Surrounding it, you know, just like any game, any game with a lot of hype. Any game with a lot of hype is just kind of silly. I said the same thing with Cyberpunk. Remember Cyberpunk when that was like hype all the like, you know, to different timelines and back. How everybody was just not even going to like play whatchamacallit. Even Path of Exile delayed their league start in December because Cyberpunk was so large. Remember, like it was like, yeah, we just not going to be able to compete with Cyberpunk, right? Remember that? And again, it's not the devs' fault. In that case, it was totally not the devs' fault for what happened with Cyberpunk. By the way, it was absolutely management issues. So I mean, I see you added a new rain of arrows, a new grenade to rain of arrows. What do you mean I added a new grenade? Oh, that new grenade. Oh, you mean Pit Fighter's goal? Why did I pick damage on next attack as GA? Because the other options are terrible. Like, awful. Like, way worse than anything else you could have picked. In fact, even that option isn't really that great, but it's the best option on there. So you got to pick something as a GA, so you might as well it be that. Do you think people would judge PoE 2 the same way they do D4? Honestly, probably not. I think the reason why is because of how the games were birthed. When I'm saying that, when PoE came out initially, it came out at by far the best time frame it could have released. PoE actually was not a good game at the release, by the way. And so any PoE fanboys out there can be really upset for me saying that. but it's absolutely true. Like I actually did try some Path of Exile like early for like maybe 10, 12 hours, and it just was not. It wasn't it. But what it was early on is that they launched with the philosophy and a part of action RPG in that Diablo 3 did not have. And people were so pissed off at Diablo 3 at the time that anything that resembled Diablo 2, people were going to flock towards. And Path of Exile filled that gap. So they launched at the absolute perfect time that they could have launched, because they put all those players that were really upset about Diablo 3 into Path of Exile. So even though it wasn't a good game, it was still good enough for them to play to fill the gap that they had that was left due to how bad D3 was at the time. So Path of Exile is considered the hero when it first started. Then, of course, it built upon that. You know, great reputations with the developers. They communicated all the time. The players were generally happy with the game and the company for most of its life. I say 90 to 95% of its life. So the track record of Path of Exile is so good that if, you know, little things are probably are going to get kind of swept underneath the rug and probably not going to be seen as a big deal, except for a very small minority of players that might bring it up. Diablo's in a different story, because Diablo has definitely disappointed fans multiple times throughout his lifespan, mostly kind of starting with Diablo 3, the launch of Diablo 3. It redeemed themselves the last half of Diablo 3 for sure. But then Diablo 4, kind of same thing, where launch was actually okay, but even not, like launch was actually received pretty okay or pretty well. It's when season 1 dropped that, and then we realized that, you know, there really wasn't any in-game content really, that really pissed off people. And then we kind of like saw what, you know, how empty the game really was, and like how one-dimensional it was with Nightmare Dungeons. So like Diablo franchise has really disappointed players considerably more often than the Path of Exile games or whatever like that. So people almost expect to complain when it comes to Diablo 4, whereas Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile going into Path of Exile 2 is seen as the savior of action RPGs that has done mostly right by the fan base the majority of this time. It's just going to naturally have that excitement and that, oh, this is going to be successful, or it's going to get a bit more leeway just in general from the player base. People take PoE so personally when you critique anything about it. It's, you can kind of say that about many different games, really. But yeah, I mean, I've gotten some pushback from people when I said I didn't enjoy the combat of PoE, and people really tried to convince me why it's the best combat in all universes and time, and I just could not agree. But the guy felt like I was saying the game was bad, and that, you know, that all different types of things that I never even said. Right. In fact, I've always praised Path of Exile for a lot of its systems that it has done. I just didn't like the combat. And when I said that, it literally was the end of the world. No joke. Yeah, but I would say obviously Path of Exile, in my opinion, has done more things right in Diablo 4 overall. But the one thing that I enjoy in Diablo 4 or Diablo games more than any other action RPG, including Path of Exile 1, keyword 1, right, is the combat. And because I'm so big on combat, then like you have to impress me in that area for me to continue to play your game. Personally, like for other people, obviously different case of scenario, but for me, combat is the most important, so you have to impress me on that angle. Once you do that, I will play your game for hours. Many hours. Right? You know, I can deal with the systems not being that great, or, you know, or the itemization being like lukewarm or even like downright bad, aka Diablo 3 at the beginning, if your combat is fantastic. Personally, I'm not gonna sit there and say I like it, but I will deal with it. But I won't do the other way around. I won't do really good items, really good systems, really good bosses, really good community, mediocre combat. Can't do it. I know that probably sounds super silly, but everybody has their own reasons for why they play games. And for me, it's the combat. See what I'm saying? That's all. Like I said, some people really do like take high offense to when I say that. But like, and I don't, and like, I'm not even upset for GG. Like, I'm not upset at GGG for that. Like, I'm actually very impressed that they did what they did as an indie company for, I'd say, about half of their run at this point, maybe about half before Tencent came in. But like, when they built the game, they didn't have much of a budget. They couldn't really do they couldn't polish everything. Obviously, you're an indie developer, right? So some things have to take a hit. And with the games as big as action RPGs, something has to give, right? Like you can't have high quality polish on everything, with that kind of budget. You just didn't. So obviously GGG kind of sacrificed in that sense to make sure everything else was really good, and that's the sacrifice they chose. Ironically enough, Diablo 3, guess what? Did the exact opposite. Did the 100% exact opposite, where they focused on the combat and the gameplay feel and literally just ignored the itemization and everything else about the game initially, right? So they did it the exact opposite way Path of Exile did it, right? Although obviously Diablo 3 Diablo has a way bigger budget than Path of Exile, so it's kind of inexcusable in my opinion. But like on Path of Exile's, defense, obviously it was an indie company, so they had to make choices, right? So that's what they did. And so unfortunately the combat just wasn't as polished, and you can't really do anything about that until you make another game. Guess what? Path of Exile 2 is now here. It is now around the corner. Their combat obviously appears to look way more polished than it did in Path of Exile 1, because they now have the time and the budget to actually do those things that they could not do initially. And now we really get to see what they can really do on that end. And that's what I'm excited about, personally. If D4 was only rogue, I would have bought it anyways. Pretty much same here. We should not judge games by whether it's an indie company or not. I think the thing is that like, I think I'm more sympathetic to games and studios with a lower budget. I'll put it that way. So even though you might have more creativity, or not creative, you have more range to be creative with your product because you're indie. There is only but so much you can do with the amount of money that you got. Wilson is a great example of that, for those who remember that whole debacle. From what it was supposed to be to what it ended up launching as. Maybe I make you excited more. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm totally not a fanboy. I just kind of want to point that out, like. So when I critique something, it's not because, it's because I'm a Diablo partner and I met the devs and they send me gifts or whatever. No, I say the same things I say, the same criticisms I have about any product. Honestly, when I saw road type combat, I thought it looked like what I wanted for all along. Yeah, pretty much. The Ranger looks a lot like what I would have liked to see Rogue kind of sort of be like, or a Ranger class. I saw you in the D4 desk coming under the moon. How's my Friday going? Just chill. Nothing. Actually, you know what? Segue into a different conversation here a little bit. So you guys know those like do-it-yourself, like humongous, ginormous wall clocks? You know that you can kind of like put the numbers and the stuff and the words or whatever and like the different, you know, like it's like a ginormous like wall clock and you gotta like measure it yourself or whatever and whatnot. So I found one that was like $25. It's like ginormous. And I have this like wall in the living room that has like nothing on it. So I was like, I don't think I'm gonna really be able to do this project because I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to be able to measure this out and like make it look good. Like ain't no way. Like this thing is too big with too many pieces to get right. So I actually put it together in about an hour, and I'm like really proud of myself today for it. Like I look at it, I'm like, bro, this is some professional shit right here. Like you come and look, like you come and look at it, like yo, someone who knew what they were doing actually did this. That's what it looked like. So I was really proud of myself today with that. That was the highlight of my day, by the way. Just want to put that out there. So this do yourself wall clock is absolutely amazing. I felt accomplished today. I'll put it that way. Also, sell kittens, what's happening? Pixar didn't happen. I thought about taking pics actually. I really did. I might still do it and like post it on my Discord or whatever. Well, yeah. I mean, I gotta get you in my Discord somehow. Like, you know, like, you don't kidnap without like, you know, without offering something in like return, right? You know, like you gotta give incentive. Well, not like that. So I gotta kidnap you into my Discord. So I need to give you a reason to join. But you're already there? Okay then. So then you'll be able to see it. Never tried PoE because it was free. Not all. So I would say the Path of Exile model, like the free-to-play model, is probably one of the more fair ones in the industry. You technically don't have to buy anything, obviously, but there are definitely some incentives or that you can take advantage of if you did. Nothing that is like what you would, nothing that like unless you were like going die hard, like try hard, which obviously having extra stash tabs and stuff like that, paying for those are very useful, but they're not necessary if you don't plan on being ultra giga try hard or whatnot. But you don't have to, right? The entire game is available without you paying a dime. You should get a pet owl and make it live inside the wall clock. Yeah, PoE 2 is free. Yeah. I think it is. I guess that if you want early access, you pay. That's just basically just marketing strategy. That's like that 10 cent. That's that 10 cent strategy at kicking in. Like, obviously they know people are hyped for the game, right? And so what better way to take advantage of the hype than to offer like lots of different supporting packs and giving you an opportunity to play it early, right? Obviously by, you know, paying money, which you will gladly do because you're hyped for the product and you trust the company. So, obviously they're going to, milk that. Which is good. I mean, it makes sense as a business decision wise. That totally makes sense. Why not? Right? Like why not do that? Because they're gonna do it. So they can make it free, when it comes out. But I'd say most of their revenue is going to come from people buying these supporter packs early on, that is. So you filed a leave on December 6th. Their motto is that we'll make it again to the point where you want to spend the money. That's kind of how I felt about Marvel Heroes Omega for a bit. I really like that game a lot, so I didn't mind, like, you know, paying for like costumes and cosmetics and stuff. Pray they don't delay it. I mean, even if they do, I mean it's fine. You mean like the actual game or the early access? I don't think early access is being delayed anymore. That's definitely a set date. The actual game coming out, I mean, does PoE have microtransactions for powers for pay to win? No, it's not a traditional pay to win. It's not like a mobile pay to win. I'll put it that way. You're thinking of like mobile games per se. Mobile games are like that, where you pay for power. Path of Exile is not really a mobile game in that sense. So no, you can't pay for power. Like I said, the only thing that will be considered an advantage would be stash tabs. So you can pay for convenience, which is stash tabs. Some people will argue that that's pay to win. I think that's kind of like riding the line for calling it that. But yeah, you play Clash of Clans and boom. Oh yeah, it's nothing like that. No. Clash of Clans is absolutely pay to win. Like, like it was designed as pay to win first. In fact, I'm pretty sure their first design meeting for the game wasn't even about the game itself, but how to monetize it. And then they developed the game. Now that we got the money model out the way, let's actually make a game now. Yeah, what should we call it? It doesn't really even matter. Like, I mean, at this point, we already got our pay to win model. They'll buy it anyway. They'll pay for stuff anyway. Small QLL run. Why doesn't Instance run 30 minutes as well, so they can align with Elixir and the Opal timers? That's a very good question. I don't know. I do not know. I wonder the same exact thing, honestly. You have to make some money somehow. I think the stash tab is not bad. With the fact that's free. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm totally not bashing it at all. I actually agree with that. I honestly think Diablo should take that same approach. Honestly, people want stash tabs so bad, you know, just if they can make their servers, you know, handle the system in which they design their stash tabs, which is so archaic, which is why it's a problem. Different rant altogether. But if they can find some way to be able to do it, they should just totally, you know, charge like cheap stash tabs or whatever. Like, just legit, they can make so much money out of that. And the fact that they haven't done so makes me think that there's a problem with how stash tabs are designed or baked into the game itself, or coded into the game itself. Because it's like, that's free money, right? Why wouldn't investors want developers to literally print money for them? So there has to be a reason why they're not wanting to literally make free money, in my opinion. You know, I'm just saying, there's got to be another reason for that. meet or treat is better in this event. I agree. I actually forgot that there's an event going on. Diablo 4 events have been very, very, very lackluster. Extremely lackluster. For a live service game, let me say this. For a live service game, they're so quick to move on to the next season and next season goodies that I feel like everything in between kind of just gets lost. It's kind of like, oh, well, you know, we just put up the season. Now it's time to, you know, get this team to make the season after next and start working on that, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, we gotta give them something mid-season, don't we? And it's like, oh, what should we do? I don't know. You know, everybody gets one spark, mid-season patch, mid-season, like, you know, event. There you go. And then you get the spark by talking to this one dude, like somewhere at like the bottom of Nahantu or whatever, right? And then bam, there goes your event. And it's like, gee, thanks. Like, thanks. Like, you know, live service game, guys, come on. I mean, just saying, you know, where's the rest of your, you know, where's the rest of the team that's supposed to be like, you know, trickling in content? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, I'm just like, I'm just kind of baffled at that, just being honest. Like, it just really makes, it honestly makes, I don't know what their, you know, their design timeline is, or what they're, you know, scheduled to do for each season, and whoever's working on the, I mean, I know they have like a bunch of different teams, and the team size is rather large. So I'm sure there's a bunch of things being worked at the same time. I'm pretty sure there's a season 17, then a season 18, and then there's a team working on the expansion number 2, and then a team working on Diablo 5, and then, you know, I'm pretty sure there's a jillion teams working on a jillion different things, right? But all of that is irrelevant if we're not having fun at the moment with whatever you're doing mid-season with your events. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure we may appreciate some of the things that you do later on with all these different focus teams working on different things, but the now is just as important as what you're designing later. So ignoring the now or ignoring the mid-season, I'm saying ignoring it, they're not really ignoring it, but putting it, what feels, quote unquote, feels like they're putting it on the back burner for the sake of what's next all the time, makes you not allowed to be, you're not really allowing yourself to be able to see the problems and how we're interacting with the game real time. And thus, it just feels like it takes forever for some of those things to get fixed or get addressed, because the next season is already in the works. So it's like, oh, well, in this season, there was huge problems, right? Well, now that's not going to get fixed until later, because they've already started working on something else, and they put all that manpower on that trying to fix it now in real time or do something different in real time just doesn't really seem like a good use of resources, because that's how it's designed, at least from what it looks like. I can't say that's how it works, but that's exactly what I feel it looks like. So we just have to wait, because they've moved on to the next project already. And here we are suffering through a really lackluster theme and a lackluster event. And it's kind of like, okay, well, wait till season 7. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not cool, especially like as a live action, you know, as a live service game. And the fact that this is the season with the expansion of the game, which should be one of your biggest seasons, or sorry, one of your biggest focuses should be the season that the expansion launched, because this is where you're making your profits and your money right now on new stuff. I just feel it's very lackluster of how they treated the season. Like, it was, And so right now, it just feels like, yeah, we're just moved on to season 7. And it's like, okay, good. And then we get all excited about season 7, right? And then, like, you know, let's say some problems come up in season 7. Well, we know those problems aren't going to get addressed or fixed until, guess what, season 8. Why? Because they moved on. They're already done with season 7. You know, 7. They're already working on season 11 now. And it's like, well, great. You know, I guess we have to wait till season 11 to see the fixes that we really wanted in season 7. And that just feels bad. It doesn't feel like a live service game. Despite the fact that we don't particularly like live service games to begin with, but it doesn't feel like a live service product when we're constantly looking forward to the future and not the present. That's probably the best way I can say that. Doing events, like I said, I forgot that we have an event right now. I mean, there's a little buff thing on my bar right there, but I forgot that there was an event going on right now. Like, bugs add flavors. There's like many years of Diablo 3 conversations I've had after week 3 of every season. Well, I can understand more so Diablo 3 because Diablo 3 was not marketed as a live service game. Like, they didn't come out and say it's a live service game. It's basically you bought the product and then we do kind of whatever we feel like, you know, to give updates to the game. So I can't even be mad at Diablo 3 not having much. But Diablo 4, if you market something as something, then people unironically have expectations of said thing that you know, marketed. So, like, just naturally, right? So I'm far less upset with Diablo 3 in this timeline because it wasn't marketed as a live service game. So everything that we were getting was literally like basically free content at the will of the company when they technically didn't even have to do that if they didn't want to. Because again, it's you buy the game, here's the game, have fun type thing. They just chose to support it past that point. Diablo 4, they have to because it's a live service game. True. It's treated like a stalled platform with gated timelines instead of always online system. Yeah, pretty much. That's Father. What's going on, man? Haven't seen you in a bit. How you been? I my D4 after 2 months, and there was these packs that kept offering, and I clicked on one to completely rebuild your build. So I don't know anything about that, but if you haven't played in a couple of months, there have been changes to the game since then, like new season and everything. So I don't know. I think there's a pack there's like a boost pack. But that just, it's like a new character boost thing. Is that what you clicked on? I haven't done one myself yet, but. You played a little bit of Devil's Advocate here. I think when we did loot, that took resources away from working on the expansion and more importantly, this season versus the actual expansion content. Fortunately, the suits will not devote unlimited resources to things. Oh, yeah. So I guess when I'm when I speak about, or when I speak criticism to the game or whatnot, I'm usually specifically not talking about the devs more so, or more so the decisions that are made for the game in general, which is usually above the dev's pay grade in most cases. But what I will say is that when it comes to when it came to Loot Reborn, I think that was in the works before the game even came out. If I can say that, if I'm allowed to say that, that was actually talked about and was in design stages before the game even came out, like before June of last year. The problem was that they knew that the loot was bad, like they knew that the loot wasn't great, but when the new leader, like the new Diablo leads, basically, both Joes and then Rod Ferguson, of course, when they took over at the helm, you can't really redesign an entire loot system and be able to expect to hit the release date set for the game. So they had to wait to be able to redesign the loot or whatever, which they did. They waited several seasons to do it, but that was already in the works for sure. Like before the game even came out. However, you're probably not wrong in terms of a timeline is concerned, because with the old team, the old leadership or whatever, they might have had a timeline where they may have had more content for the expansion initially planned, right? And then with the new team, it's kind of like, okay, no, we need to actually fix this loot system, right? So we need to actually, put some resources on that for sure, which of course they did, and it could have very well put some strain on, how much was available via expansion. So you're probably right on that front too. But I will say that the Loot Reborn was already in development, small development, before the game even came out. Is this Heartseeker? Yeah. I'm just using Heartseeker to farm masterworking mats for Barrage and some other stuff I kind of want to do too. Do you happen to know why we haven't heard from either Joe's or Rod? It's been a long time seeing them on streams. That's a very good question. Maybe it's a PR thing. Honestly, maybe it's a PR thing. I don't think. Is it Joe is it Pipora? Joe Pipora? I don't remember him seeing or saying anything he probably shouldn't have said. Same thing with Sheely. Sheely didn't. I think his last time I saw him, he called Diablo 4 a systems action RPG. And not that that's a bad take, but just I don't know, the way he talked about it seemed very he was very out of it. I'll put it that way. I haven't seen them since, so I don't know what's with them, or maybe they just don't want to be in front of the cameras anymore. I mean, who knows? I mean, I would say the audience or the player base aren't necessarily the easiest to deal with in any game, really. So maybe they just don't want to, and if so, I don't blame them. But I do kind of find it odd that we haven't heard or anything, or from them at all whatsoever. Or maybe they just just maybe they are giving us what we want. Think about it. Like, the audience, the player base really like Colin a lot, and they like Adam Jackson. So who have we been seeing a lot of in the recent? Colin and Adam Jackson. Maybe we're getting what we want. I mean, I don't know. Adam Fletcher will always be there because he's community manager, but is this Diablo 4 or Diablo 4? The second one. The second one. I haven't really played the Diablo 4 in a while. So I tend to play that sometimes, but I generally do stream Diablo 4 on a mostly nightly basis though. was trying to keep a straight face for longer than a minute. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Sorry, no, this is Diablo 4. Just be honest. This is Diablo 4. Diablo 4. Mr. Mark said, bro, I'm surprised they both still have jobs. Why do you feel that way? I will say that, honestly, to be honest with you, I think we have a lot to thank for what we got in, especially what we got in season 4 and season 5, with some of the work that they wanting to do a long time from behind the scenes, and also boosting the morale of the Diablo 4 team to actually be excited to come to work on a daily basis, unlike most of Diablo 4's development with the previous leaderships. So I think we actually have a, you know, we have a lot to thank for those guys. Unfortunately, it would have been nice if those guys were at the helm towards the beginning or throughout the development process of Diablo 4. I think we would have gotten significantly further along with the game systems and Endgame and stuff like that had they been at the helm. In what way? I just told you. I legit just told you. It was both of the. It was the Joes who were responsible for the loot rework. The loot rework, the systems rework. Now, obviously, they've hired other people to do systems as well, but you know they were basically their particular vision of how systems should work. And also how loot should work in general is them. What people don't know is that the loot system at launch was not the Joe's systems. The systems that also launched, like the crafting and or lack thereof of crafting, was also not the Joe's either. That was before they took the helm as leaders a year and a half before the game launched. They had to go back and fix the game. So they had to go back and make the game, you know, bring the game to a playable state where people actually, you know, mostly, you know, like the game in a way versus what it was. So yeah, and like I know like the community doesn't know stuff like this, right? I mean, not obviously as a consumer you're not looking up, you know, Diablo 4 development history or whatnot when you don't like something, right? So when you don't like something, obviously you point the fingers at the people who are directly responsible for bringing you said stuff, right? Which in this case scenario, the people you see are the developers, right? So they are going to be the first to blame in most people's eyes. And if it's not the developers, it's somehow the community managers get the blame for things that they don't even have any sort of say so or power of as well. But anyhow, I digress. But the reality is, like, the development process, the development was in such a turmoil for most of Diablo 4's development history. And not only that, but people also forget that Diablo 4 was also, you know, like being developed during and around COVID, which obviously threw off a lot of timelines and caused a lot of issues for any game that was still in development or was being developed during that time frame. So not just Diablo, but just any game that was like in development or going through development cycle throughout the time frame, it really sucked. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Investors don't care about that. They don't care if half the planet got nuked off the Earth. Half the planet got nuked off the Earth. Okay, that's bad. If half the countries got nuked off the Earth, and you legitimately don't even have an office to do your job, the game is going to release at the time that it says it's going to release. So, because of course, you know, profit margins, numbers, fiscal, you know, etc. So lots of things that kind of went through a lot of problems during the development cycle, and quite honestly, the game really needed about another year and a half to kind of bake and change the philosophy around, and you know, those kind of things where they had time to. But what I can tell you is that people hated working for Diablo, or people hated working on Diablo for like at the minimum 5 years of its development. The fact that Diablo 4 launched in a playable state at the date that it did was literally a miracle, like a miracle. The fact that it ran, the fact that it even made it out the door and ran mostly smooth relative to other Diablo launches was nothing short of a freaking miracle, given how many issues they had in their during development. Obviously it had a lot of problems, but I'm just saying. Yes, I didn't know that the research system was not theirs. Yeah, I know. But the writing on the wall was this, Mr. Mark. But I mean, I know because I just, well, no, but the writing was on the wall in the campfire chats. Why do you think the devs were so excited and made their own t-shirts about damage on Tuesdays? Shirts. Picking on the loot system. They were picking on the loot system by themselves making their own t-shirts that I actually want one. I actually want one of those t-shirts, and they didn't give me any, or they didn't give any of us those t-shirts. I actually wanted one of those t-shirts. But why would the devs be so excited to initiate making fun of a system if they didn't create it? Sorry, if they created it. If I created that system, I wouldn't be making fun. I'd be a little bit like embarrassed. I'd feel some kind of way. I wouldn't be happy that people are shitting on my system. And like, keep in mind, devs are not actors. They can't sit there and hide their emotions. You know, they're not like great PR, you know, people. They're not gonna be able to hide their emotions when they don't like something. Right? They were happy. They were on our side. They were picking on the same loot issues we were picking on. I'm a fan of Diablo, but I changed the PoE. I plan on playing both. I don't really feel a need to change because I think I'm gonna like both a lot. So I'm gonna play both. Developing a game is hard, especially when you need to do a sequel to something people already love. Diablo's not a bad game. It's good for what it's made for. Casual millennial parents like me. The part I didn't like was their inability to balance stuff, so you have a Spiritborn the rest of the game. So if you're playing with friends, and if you're the only one that doesn't play Spiritborn and make you hitting for like 30 million, it's demoralizing that they blast your content and like you struggle. Yeah, the Spiritborn and not catching those bugs in time was very bad for the season. Very, very bad for the season. Will I do guys for Maxroll and PoE 2? No. Nope. We already have a PoE team on Maxroll, and like obviously those guys are going to be doing the PoE 2 guides. Our Path of Exile team are obviously like very experienced veterans of the game. So just like we have a Diablo team of Diablo veterans that write Diablo things, such as, you know, like myself, you know, with the Rogue, I write Rogue guys because I'm a Diablo 4 veteran and I do that, right? It's kind of like that. Like I'm the, you know, I get to do that because I focus on that. I don't have any sort of like real experience with Path of Exile. So even if I wanted to, there'll be no way I could even like remotely even come close to someone who's a veteran on Path of Exile in terms of creating a guide. Like it's just, I just do not even have remotely enough experience. Now I might make my own personal guides for myself, like my own planners or something like that. But that's about as far as it'll go, maybe. Not maybe, like that is as far as it goes. How's Heartseeker with the Victimize buff? I mean, the buff is like next to nothing, but it does feel better. Like the proc rate now, it's actually 0.2, not 0.25. I had to confirm that. The proc rate feels better, a lot better, but it's kind of really about it. Everything else is mostly underwhelming. I shipped game during COVID. We shipped game 2 months before the initial release promise. It very much depends on the studio. Well, I would say this. You're right. You're right. But I think also you got to also keep in mind that like if a studio is owned by a much larger corporation, then decisions that are usually made outside of the studio's hands. Whereas like much smaller studios where they're in charge of their own with very little overhead have their easier time making decisions based off of disasters and can kind of do whatever they need to do. So smaller teams in that case scenario might have an easier time than much bigger teams that are stuck inside and can't go anywhere or can't go to the office or can't communicate when you have a project that big, right? I hear what you're saying. But I would say that I would say COVID definitely affected more like games during a time frame more often than not in a negative way, as you would expect. I think COVID kind of affected the world in a negative way. Mostly. Although there were some, businesses that strived, right? Like DoorDash was like ridiculously like those like delivery service, DoorDash, Uber Eats, stuff like that. Like they did crazy during COVID. And then of course restaurants that did like, takeout or whatever like that made bank as well. I won't say made bank, but they stayed afloat. So some markets actually like, thrived during that time frame, but most were like in trouble. All right, I think I almost have enough to master work for Barrage, almost. Honestly, I think you could do it with no issues. Do what exactly? Sorry. I think I missed it. Yeah, let me go back up and read. Is Diablo 4 any good? It's in a decent state. I have my complaints, but the game is moved in the right direction. I'll put it that way. It just needs to continue to move in that direction and fix bugs. Lots of them. I mean, I know every lore and whatnot, but I've enjoyed D4 and a lot. It sucks when they let you so much stuff through the cracks. I've been playing D4 even now. I still have no luck with jobs. Yeah, I think honestly, so this is something I don't know, but I've kind of gotten somewhat confirmation for someone that kind of like works internally, so I can't really say who that is or whatnot. They didn't even tell me if, anything. They just happened to say that I was mostly right about what I was saying at one point on my stream. I forgot who, I didn't forget who it was, but I obviously can't say who it is. But anyways, since there was a revolving door of developers and coders and stuff during the time frame of Blizzgate, you guys know the Blizzard scandal, Blizzgate, and all the dirty laundry of the executives and stuff like that during that time frame when people were hating Blizzard for those things, right? There were a lot of people who were either fired from their positions or left the company. And so when you're still developing a game, or you're midway through a development cycle, and you have to replace coders and replace, people who were previously working on the game, you often get a very special form of spaghetti. We are talking about like the wildest of wildest spaghettis you can ever imagine, for a game. So my assumption, I don't really have any evidence on this, because there's no evidence out there stating this, but my assumption is that a lot of the reasons why we have bugs that are so outrageous in this game is because there's been multiple different coders working on code they didn't design initially. So working with someone else's work, especially if you're coding, which is not an easy thing to do, is actually quite difficult to work on someone else's work or continue someone else's work and not, screw it up, right? Is why we have some of the craziest bugs. Like, I'm talking about like bugs that really shouldn't even be the case. Like, I mean, that makes no sense or no sort of connection to each other. That's like saying, like, I think I used this analogy before. That's like saying, like, I turned my doorknob and like somebody's car in Australia started. Like, how is that even linked? How is that even possible? Like, we're talking about stuff that just makes zero sense. That an action like that can spawn a different action that isn't even related whatsoever, or even remotely in the same realm of a relation. You know what I mean? Like, that's Diablo 4 bugs. It's quite insane. It's actually, I almost find it impressive, almost that the bugs can be so not related to each other. Or sorry, the connection to the bug can be so unrelated. I generally curious to see your take on Dance of Knives, unless it's stepping on toes. Oh no, I'm not. I can do my own anything. I can legit do my own build for any class, any whatever's, period. So if I want to make my own Dance of Knives planner build and video guide on it, I certainly can. I mean, honestly, perfect example. Take Woody, right? Like, Woody made his own Run and Rails build, right? And he even like specified that he took, my setup as a base. Like, yeah, you can absolutely do that. Like, none of us get offended. Everybody has their own kind of personal takes on any of the builds that they play, right? So, yeah, I absolutely can do it. I obviously can't write a Maxroll guide on it. I can't go like Dog Size, Dance of Knives guide, version super or something. Like, I can't, I can't do that on Maxroll, obviously, for obvious reasons, but I can certainly make my own. All right, we're gonna do a few more Nightmare Dungeons, and then we're gonna Masterwork, Diablo 4 graphics or a dream. They do, like, Diablo 4 looks like the art team in Blizzard has always been like a high point, a consistent high point in the Diablo series. Whether or not you like Diablo 3's art design, I'm gonna put it out there. Whether or not you like the direction of how they took the art, like the feel and the colors or whatever like that, it still looked really good for that time. But the art team has always done a great job of making the Diablo games look good. Like, always. They've consistently have done well despite the style. They're just so talented, man. It's just ridiculous. Please do Twisting Blades. I actually have every intent on actually playing Twisting Blades. Probably early next week. We'll see. But I plan on doing. I want to do a Twisting Blades build that isn't based on poison imbuement. But there's a reason why there's multiple reasons why I want to do it. One, I just don't like poison builds. Probably the most simple reason out there. But two, I kind of want to prove something to the developers. I can't say more than that, but I kind of want to make a point. And it's hard to make that point if I don't make it myself, if that makes sense. Like Shadow TB, I think Shadow Imbuement next season is gonna actually be like really good. I'm stoked for that because Shadow Imbuement is actually a very fun imbuement to play around. So Alchemical Admixture is gonna be really nice for more than just poison, which is gonna be really cool. I'll attribute that more to the pressures to meet a release date. One of the few things that drop, or some of the quality processes like code reviews. Understood, Eagle, for sure. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's great. It's great kind of having you here because, man, Eagle, like the amount of like, just in general, like not like here or whatever like that, but just in general, the amount of like armchair developers or armchair like coders or whatever like that, like to know or think that they truly know what's going on with that. It's nice to have someone who actually does that, right? Like I have friends who do it, but I know enough that I know enough about it to know that I don't know anything about it, if that makes sense. Like I know that I can't comment on something of that magnitude because it's way more difficult than people realize or that I know. So I know enough to know that I can't really, claim that, oh, it's easy, or they can just, why don't they, etc. So I know that much. And that's usually how I base my perception of things off of, usually. Do you prefer the Spiritborn suction or the Warcry defense buff on Barrage Road? Well, the Warcry is actually an offensive buff, not defense, which is why we take Warcry. We have Death Trap for the pull. So, however, I mean, you can use the Spiritborn Vortex if you want. Instead, you can certainly do that and have an extra pull if you would like. I was hoping the PoE2 would adjust their item description formats as all uppercase, center text too close to the edges of windows, etc. Tons of mistakes. That make the game harder. DA4 has a really nice 2D UI. Honestly, I think that will be addressed later. Because it is early access right now. I think the stuff that you're mentioning or talking about is probably just copy and paste from Path of Exile 1, and it's something that they're going to work on as the game goes through early access. I think for early access, they probably just didn't think it was really like a priority versus like some of the other really big things. So I am like probably like 98% sure that it would look better than that, considerably better than that, come release of the game. Am I gonna play PoE too? Yeah, I plan on it. Okay, so after this, we're gonna masterwork the whatchamacallits. Bob, what's going on? I wonder what they use the code, not now the code, C++, Sharp, or etc. Everything is legacy too quick. Oh, no, different comment. I haven't coded it or did anything in a while. PoE 2 on release might be a glitch in Blood Madness. I wouldn't be surprised, but they actually admitted that that's a possibility. Like they weren't shy in the interview saying that there's probably going to be there's going to be a lot of interactions that are going to cause problems, etc. It's such a massive game, so they expect things like that to happen. And it's, I mean, that's I won't say it's normal, but like that's going to happen. Hey, for Rogue, what's that should I prioritize? So that's a really vague question. You have to give me what build you're playing, because whatever build you're playing is what you should like. There are specific things you should prioritize. So it's based on the build you're playing, not just a very specific stat that works for every rogue build. It is a W for action RPGs. We benefit from streamers like you playing, giving feedback to the devs, comparing is good for competition. I agree. That's why I you know, whether or not I end up playing Path of Exile 2 long term in terms of like a second game or a main game, however that ends up working out for me, right? Who knows? I wish nothing but extreme success for them. I do think that they deserve it. And it would push management of Blizzard to fork over more resources to make Diablo, you know, or to continue to make Diablo for competitive in some sort of way. Like you don't want to drift too far to the background where no one is talking about your game anymore. Investors aren't going to like that. So right now, and you know, the higher ups don't care as much because, you know, D4, regardless of the complaints, is still doing fairly well on a financial standpoint. So for the shareholders, it's like, well, you know, do we really need to do more in terms of the game is concerned at the moment, since, you know, we're doing pretty well. Path of Exile isn't really coming up with a new league until what, January or whatnot. So like they're kind of like, you know, on like, I'm gonna say a hiatus, but like it's like they're not really taking, you know, consumers really away from the Diablo 4 audience as of yet, right? So Path of Exile 2 obviously poses a real threat to the pocketbooks of, you know, said company, and when that happens, you'll see changes. I'll put it that way. I'm almost even thinking to myself that the developers might be welcoming. If I was in their shoes, I'll put it this way: if I was in developer shoes, and there's a lot of red tape in the company I work for, I'd be hoping for good competition, or like, you know, like a game that severely threatens the bottom line of the game I'm currently working on. Maybe I'm weird, but I think that would allow more decisions or more things to be allocated for the team to do exactly what they want to do and or need to do. versus nah, we're good. Good. We can just trickle down a little stuff here. You know, that's fine. You guys don't need more money to fix bugs. Why? We're making pretty good money right now. Like, it's all right. Let's work on the next thing. Don't worry. Just go on the next project. You know. Sometimes the opposite happens. That's also true. But I do think that Diablo, in my opinion, is kind of like what do you call it? Too big to fail, quote unquote. If they haven't, you know, ran off or if they haven't been written off to the sunset yet, I think it's gonna stick around. The suits ruin everything. Yeah, the suits don't play the games. Profit is the bottom line, and the moment where that is number one, then everything else below that doesn't really matter. How good is Rogue in season 6? It's about, you know, as good as most other classes are, ish. Outside of Spiritborn, obviously. So, if you compare it to Spiritborn, obviously all classes are bad. If you're comparing it to the other classes outside of Spiritborn, Rogue is doing okay. Okay-ish. So, it just depends on the perspective you want to take it at. Or, sorry, it depends on the perspective you want to take. Hang on. The most important question: how many times have I listened to through GNX? No comment. Is the build you're playing just Flurry? No, it's Heartseeker. I'm using Flurry for movement. That's it. Flurry feels so good to move with. Switching gears, what do you think about Woody's idea of making it to where you can only equip one mythic at a time? He's made that suggestion quite a few times, actually. I'd be okay with that. The mythic will have to, like, I think mythics will have to be a little stronger though. Like beef them up a little bit more for that to. Like to, you know, have kind of just wear just one. I wouldn't be against the idea, honestly. I'd like that, actually. It kind of makes for, you know, where like mythics can truly define a build at that point, but you can only wear one of them. So that it makes mythics feel a little bit more special and more impactful to a build sort of thing versus kind of, you know, how many can you feasibly wear without taking away from like something else. So yeah, I'd be on board with that, honestly. Also, maybe give them like a updated like masterworking path or whatever. You know, let them be masterwork to like, I don't know, 20 ranks or something instead of maybe 12 or whatever, since you can only wear one of them. I don't know. You're like, you know, you can kind of like you know, play around with ideas like that. But yeah, in general, yeah, I would like that. Did I try Spiritborn? I did not do any Spiritborn this season, no. I have played the Spiritborn before several times, but I have not made one in season 6. I went to Heartseeker the past 2 seasons. Hope you put out a guide. Build is great. Those are great. So if you go to the Maxroll website and you go to the Heartseeker guide on Maxroll, I did do an update yesterday, update past yesterday. So if you want to check that out, that is there. In fact, I updated all my guys yesterday. It's partly why I wasn't on yesterday or last night. Heartbreaker. So what's the verdict? I mean, Heartseeker feels fun. I mean, just keep in mind that like, if you're trying to do like, you know, keep your expectations tempered in terms of like, if you're like an avid pit pusher, like someone who spends a lot of time pit pushing, I wouldn't recommend Heartseeker for that. Just because if you're an avid pusher, you're probably trying to push into like the 115 plus range or whatever. This passion, Heartseeker cannot do that. Can you do 100 with Heartseeker? Sure. But like if you're trying to like do like Helltide.com leaderboards or whatever, Heartseeker isn't the build you would choose for that. But for everything else, Heartseeker works just fine. Didn't I just add Spiritborn this season? How have I played it before? Easy. I was flown out to Blizzard to test the Spiritborn class back in July with some other content creators, so I played it there. I also got a review copy of the game I got a review copy of the expansion, which included the Spiritborn before the expansion launched. So I got to play the Spiritborn twice, actually. It is pay to win. Well, considering that you really can't win in Diablo 4, I might maybe rephrase the term from pay to win to I don't know. I actually don't even know what a good term really to use, but there are no leaderboards or anything competitive in the game. However, you can do things at a more efficient rate, such as leveling glyphs or whatever. So maybe pay for convenience, I guess. Because you can level faster, obviously, and then you can level your glyphs faster. So yeah, I mean, I guess that'll probably fall into the lines of pay for convenience, right? Pay to fast, P2F. Masterworker needs some adjustments, like when you reset, maybe go below 1 tier and have reset all tiers for repair upgrades. I agree with that too. I do agree with that. DLC content and this working as intended. OP class. The typical marketing strategy, I guess. Yeah, you can totally chalk it up to that. Sure. Can I replace the pants and Rain of Arrows build to Eyes in the Dark for the +6 Aftermath passive effect? That's a very interesting thought. Honestly, that's a very interesting thought. The biggest problem you're gonna have with that is that you're not gonna really be able to cap your resistances and armor, because your pants is technically where all of that is. So you have to kind of go regular rings, most likely, maybe a regular glove too for armor, and then more all-res on the other ring as well. You'll end up losing more damage overall than the damage you're gaining by having +6 aftermath. But that's a very interesting idea, though. One that I honestly didn't even think about until you mentioned it. I had to think about that for a second. I'm like, wait a minute. That is a thing, isn't it? But you do lose an aspect, which is going to be... So each rank of... Actually, let's take a look at that. I'm sure I'm right, but let me double check. So we look at Aftermath, right? Aftermath. Wait, is it Aftermath or is it Until Dawn? Sorry. If it's Until Dawn, then like 6 race until Until Dawn, sure. Aftermath doesn't give you anything. Never mind. I just realized that. Yeah, so yeah, no. So yeah, Aftermath doesn't do anything for you. So no, you wouldn't take it. Yeah, I thought you were talking about Until Dawn. I'm like, oh, now that would be kind of cool. I got those two mixed up, but no, you don't get anything for Aftermath. In fact, you don't even really too much care or want it, even in the Renovails build. All right, let's finally do some master working. I think I farmed up enough mats. Well, I was missing 2 skill points before I bought this class. Korean tears. I mean, if you want to contribute those 2 skill points, and how many Paragon points I think you're missing out on, like 5 or something, I think 4 or 5 in the expansion. I guess you can consider that pay to win, since, you know, putting like 20 decks and maybe a point into a utility passive on your skill tree could technically means you're stronger than someone else. I guess 20 decks might equate to like in game that might equate to like 0.2% damage or something, but technically that is more damage than you would have had you not had the expansion. So you could make the argument for pay to win, sure. Technically. This is always disappointing. I quit this game. Season 1 it was trash. Season 1 was very bad. I agree. Season 1 was bad. Season 2 was actually pretty decent until the AOZ fiasco. Season 3 was also pretty bad. Season 4 and Season 5 were actually very good. Season 6 was the season theme for season 6 was bad. The expansion was okay. But I do understand, you know, usually for some people you get one shot, right? And if you screw up that one shot, then there's no returning for that particular, you know, player. However, I do take a different stance though, that like even if I don't return to the game anymore, if the game has gotten better, I probably won't still say it's bad, because I just won't know. I'll say it was bad then because that's when I quit. But I don't know if I can continuously say it's bad, because then at that point I wouldn't have played it throughout those times. I'll give you a good example. Wilson, right? I played a lot of Wilson in the beta, and I was really hoping it was going to be good when it launched, but it was terrible when it launched. Now, I gave it like maybe 2 months to 2.5 months of a chance, I guess, which isn't really much, but you know, I just couldn't deal with it anymore. Right? I just couldn't. I was just like, nah, I can't. I simply can't. Now, I've heard that it has gotten better over the time frame or whatnot, and it could be true. I would say it was bad when I played it. I can't say what it is now because I haven't played it in the recent, but when I did play, it was pretty garbage. But if someone argues to me, say, "Oh yeah, you know, Wilson's actually pretty good now," well, I can't argue against that, right? Because it's like, well, it could be. I haven't played it since I haven't played it since it was trash. I'll put it that way, right? So. I actually kind of needed to master work the projectiles, really. I keep getting vulnerable. I actually want the projectiles, believe it or not. Vulnerable again. In the right spot too. You know what? I'm gonna just send it. Whatever. I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. Sure, why not? Maybe we'll try to triple crit on this one. Or at least double crit on the projectiles here. What am I looking for? At the moment, none. This is just play testing Barrage. So I mean, this is good enough. You know what? I'm gonna send it. We're sending it. That works. That works. That's good enough. All right, now we can make the switch. Hey, see my ring real quick. Which one? This here? I mean, it's kind of mediocre. Most of my most of my gear for like different builds that isn't like a build that I play a lot of is pretty mediocre gear. So like it's relatable gear. So when I'm testing something, it's not, you know, and there's results, like there's actual decent results. It's not because my gear is Korean gear. It's because the build is actually kind of decent, which does pretty well. I think it works pretty well for people who might be looking on, you know, say, hey, you know, I wonder if that really works well, or, you know, if I can play that build, etc. Right? Because then they can be like, oh, his gear actually isn't really even like that great, and it's like looking pretty decent. I'll try that. That's the reason why you see me sometimes, like if I'm messing with something or playtesting something, I don't always go for like, I'm not trying to, you know, go GG gear on like everything on those setups or builds. How far away is Season 7 and PTR for? PTR is December 3rd. Season 7 is like January 20th or something. I'm dying to ask you what you feel about the ultimate changes. Oh, okay, sorry. So the ultimate changes are actually goated. Can you join real quick? Sure. Yo, the ultimate changes coming into Season 7 is massive. Yo, like Rain of Rails is getting so much stonks next season with those ultimate changes. Like so much stonks. Jeez, dude. All right. how'd you get that? Rain of Rails. Yeah, it's yeah, but I think let me put this here so I don't accidentally like do the thing. I clicked and played the game. But thanks, man. But yeah, so the ultimate changes are very good. I'm excited for that. The shadow clone, the fact that it's actually not going to be a meme or just an emote on the cooldown, basically. is extremely exciting. So the fact that they can also proc lucky hit effects might give some viability back to Andariels again on the road. It also is going to increase Victimize value to a ton because, you know, now your clone can also proc it. So that's big for that. And the clone doesn't even have to do damage. It just needs to attack just like you. So that's pretty big stonks for Victimize in general. Victimize builds in general going Shadow Clone. It also brings back some maybe like for builds that aren't preparation related. Like if you do combo points or like maybe inner sight builds, the Shaco might actually come back into play now because, you know, maybe you can't get your ultimate cooldown off fast enough, but you want something as strong as Shadow Clone if it does become strong, right? Then you'll have to go Shaco to get your cooldown enough to be able to use it. So Shaco might have more of a reasonable play into builds again that doesn't use preparation. So I think next season should shake up quite a few things for rogues in a positive way, and I'm looking forward to it. And that's just with the ultimate changes and Shadow Clone changes and even the Shadow and Beamer changes. They haven't even like scratched the surface with all the patch notes or whatever. So that does kind of excite me a little bit for builds and stuff. Now I will say that I will have the same thought process when it comes to the content, because I haven't seen or heard anything different about like, you know, what's gonna be different with the content, which is, in my opinion, quite disappointing. So like having all these fun tools and things to play around with now, but if Pit is still the same exact way. This is my gloves. This is my gloves. But like content, like if Pit isn't fixed or the can you join? Sure. Yeah, so if Pit isn't fixed, for example, or significantly better, more balanced with the bosses, there's nothing new, no new boons on Infernal Hordes, or the boons are not balanced anyway. Dude, what do you oh man, I don't even know if I can really use this. Well, because 275 is quite low. It is a 4GA though. I'm actually need something more closer to 300. If I can get a one GA 300 or 299, that would be awesome. But I'll hold on to this for a bit that may not need the unique affix. No, you're good. You're good. You are good. You didn't know what I was looking for, but you're good. So like I have this kind of hanging out. This is kind of hanging out a little bit too. But that attack speed is so bad, so I haven't even bothered. Probably need to get rid of that. Came with the Shadow Clone Victimize. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. I think basic attacks will do really well with that, honestly. But I personally kind of want to gear away from it though. I want to gear away from Victimize for basic attacks. I really want basic attacks to feel like they you know, I want basic attacks to deal damage again, I'll put it that way. I want my basic attacks to hit like a truck. You know, with all the right pieces of gear and stuff like that. The the caltrops, yo, I legit almost fell out my chair when I saw that, man. I was so happy. You guys have no idea how many times I've suggested that feedback. I've written that feedback to them every single season. Every season. And finally, it's coming to pass. But I kid you not, every single season, I said that every season, ever since literally ever since preseason, before season 1. The jump back is pretty cool though. There's no Kappa emote behind that or anything. You literally, you're gonna really type that? Really, sir? So I'll say this: visually, it looks cool, visually, but that's about where it stops. It's so bad to play with, but it looks cool. So if we're just basing off of just looks, sure. In terms of like usage or efficiency or feeling good or anything, no, all that, nah. Someone's like a ninja, yeah. Which is why, like, again, I think it looks cool. It's just not practical. That's all. No more, yeah. So no more jump back. You can actually throw the cow traps just like you can throw a smoke grenade. So you'll be able to like throw your cow traps wherever. Just toss them like a frisbee, I guess. It does kind of seem like they need a third ultimate for rogues, and that's what they came up with last minute. What do you mean? Rogues have, I mean, Shadow Clone has always existed. It just has been a meme all this time. They just needed to fix it. It was just always bad. So I don't think they came up with it at the last minute. I just think that they decided to finally like allow us to play with the skill and risk it being like too good. Because pretty much I almost guarantee you that's the reason why they probably haven't done much with Shadow Clone. Because imagine if Shadow Clone always dealt 80% of your damage no matter what, you would never not use Shadow Clone. Right? Shadow Clone would just be way too good to never not use. So I can understand why they took forever to do anything about it. But it sucks because it really pisses off people who are trying to build around it and don't know that the clone doesn't do anything near the damage that it says it's supposed to do. So you're deceiving players. That's the issue I had with how it was or, you know, has been. I wanted to make Grasp of Shadow useful now. I think you can probably spawn Grasp. You can probably spawn the clone while Shadow Clone is out too as well. And if that's the case, maybe. But I think honestly, the clone probably, like, even when you proc the clone on Grasp of Shadow, it's really not out long enough to really give any sort of benefit. Even if it's good, like, you don't even know what it's going to do. Like, is it gonna, like, let's say if you do like a combo point build, right? Like, what if it procs on like your basic attack and it does a basic attack, right? It's like, well, then it didn't do anything. Hopefully it procs off your core skill that you just build combo points for, but it might proc off of your basic attack and then you're like, oh, well, that's too bad. So I think honestly, Grasp of Shadows will probably need a rework. What if we got an aspect to get more than one Shadow Clone? I'm telling you, man. I think they were just scared to really make Shadow Clone good because we would just always like just do it. Is that your is that for overpower? Everybody's posting all these 4GA stuff in chat. Can you do one more time in chat? Yeah, sure. Where's Relique at? Relique, where you at?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I wonder if it'll work with Dance Some Knives. Someone doesn't use the base attack. Well, yeah, I mean, it should work with any skill. Like you can probably do it with that. Well, I'm gonna say dash, but like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it should work. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. It was a rapid fire last night. I couldn't figure out what was missing. I played for like an hour and perfect in my gameplay. It became smooth today after coffee rest. I didn't switch to combo points. Yeah, that's a big thing. Nice fist of fate there. Where'd you get these? Where'd you get these from? Were you just hold on? Were you just holding on to them, or you say you play a lot? I'll put this in here. Appreciate it. I don't have any master work mass to even bother with doing anything with Fist of Fate right now. But when I get Barrage built, I'll give it a shot. Build. It's not that link, but it is about to be Victimize Barrage. So if we do exclamation mark builds with the S, it should be the Barrage build. Okay, so I probably can't. I wonder if I can play this similarly to how I played Heartseeker. I wonder if that's possible. I might have to get rid of Caltrap, so although I don't wanna. Johnny Ghost, appreciate the follow. I don't wanna. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to. So I guess I won't really need this many points in the innovation. Won't need that. We'll keep that. Let the do poison to be them. Yeah, alchemical advantage. And then of course Barrage. Poison imbue. And I think that's all I kind of have to do. Everything else is practically similar. At least from, I guess, the way that I'm trying to do it now. I'll throw that there. Okay. See, frostbitten. I think that's everything. Okay. So do that. I guess we just jump into our dungeon. Just like go right into it. Or Infernal Horrors, how about that? Don't forget to go to Kyoto Chat and get your gifts. I think I did once. I'm farming OBDs, and I don't know if I should use it now or wait until I could transfer it to the PTR. Do it now because the PTR vendor will have mats and stuff you can get. So you might as well just use it now because you'll be able to get infinite mats for testing anyways. Infinite master value, you like 10,000 clicks. I mean, I guess fair. Actually, I guess who knows what kind of like improvements they'll make into to the PTR system. Hellborn. You have a planner for the build? It's the build on Maxroll, like the Maxroll Barrage build. So if you go to maxroll.gg, go to the D4 branch. Or you can just look at the video on my YouTube. Since you're already on YouTube. Oh, I forgot to change out my runes. Actually, I guess I don't have to. Money still spends a lot, or whatchamacallit still spends a lot of resources. Pac? Is this Pac? Yeah, it's Pac. Could be Tam though, but I guess Pac is actually doing just fine. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Shadow, you're welcome. I'm gonna do a pit after this though. So I kind of really don't like. So I mean it's statistically this is better or whatever, but I typically don't really like poison in this. I don't like the idea of adding poison to anything or poison imbuement to anything just for its perks. Like if I'm gonna do poison imbue, I actually, you know, want the poison to contribute to the damage if I'm gonna do a poison imbue. So I was always kind of questioning myself even when I put this together, where I was gonna do physical or poison in this setup. But the amount of lucky hit chance you get from just being able to slot poison imbuement in this setup makes it to where it just almost feel like you kind of have to. Whereas with rapid fire is, you know, it's not as big of a deal because you don't care about the lucky hit. So physical is actually like pretty much almost as strong as poison anyway. Whereas with Barrage, poison just kind of has a heads up, or has a bigger advantage. Said the smoke grenade makes the build off. Which build? You still waiting for the clickbait review? Okay, all these are bad. I got the one good boot earlier, and that was it. Necroval, what's going on? Oh, I think Woody's Renavero with stealth and pit fighter. So before the patch, I did do that. Like before the new patch, I guess you could say. It's basically a side grade. It's practically the same thing. I mean, it's almost the same output as doing a regular ring with Dark Shroud, and also probably a little bit more defense. However, I'll put it this way. It's very difficult to get the damage, like the stealth damage, to activate when you want to. You're not always stealth at the right time to cast random arrows. So even if you do like stack out on stealth and concealment, and damage after stealth or next to stealth or like that, even if you get like a ridiculously high amount of that, Flurry is going to eat up a chunk of that. And then you also stealth. You can only stealth like only but so many times a second. So it's not bad, don't get me wrong. I think it's just another way to do the same thing. As in, like, you're not going to gain any extra pit tiers by doing it, but it is a fancier way of getting the same results, if that makes sense. There are cases where you can argue that it might make you a little safer. In some cases, you know, because you are stealthing a lot. So you are getting your, you know, some of the aggro taken off of you. So especially for hardcore, that could be very, that can be very useful versus just taking the damage outright. So that would be something I probably would be more willing to suggest for hardcore players for sure. But it is more work though, and you do kind of have to stand still to take advantage of some of those buffs or some of the interactions or whatever. But if you notice, when I play Random Arrows, I'm almost never standing still. I'm moving from one place to another place to another place. So I don't even get to stand inside the smoke grenade cloud thing to even like take advantage of that thing usually. Yeah. So It's not. I mean, obviously, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, if Woody put it together and is making a video, you know, on it, obviously, it is good, right? I do think it's just another way to do something similar. I guess you could say a stylistic choice. I put it that way. Now, I did update the Maxroll guide to include Pit Fighter's goal, not because of the video, but more so of I do actually think that the Pit Fighter goal, Pit Fighter's goal is, I think it is double dipping. Even though my tests were kind of inconclusive, I did some more things along with Crafty, and it appears that it is double dipping. And with the new buff to Pit Fighter's goal, I think you kind of really have to use Pit Fighter's goal now, because not only, you know, it goes from being a side grade to being a little bit better than like the other options. So I did update the Maxroll guide with that in mind. Yeah, but I do think if you're like speed farming, you know, then, you know, like I said, like Pit Fighter's goal doesn't, you know, holds up, you know, it has a little bit less value in general, because again, you're not fighting in the smoke all the time. But you can cast a lot of smoke grenades or whatever. I don't even know if like you can stack a bunch of different clouds or whatever. Yeah, I do think like the concealment and then having to perfectly aim your smoke grenade can be a bit much to. I don't say a bit much, but I would look at that as like more try hard. Like, you definitely have to put more thought into it, especially your concealment casts. Like, you gotta smash the crap out of that. Whereas with Dark Shroud, you literally could cast it whenever you felt like it, or felt like you needed to have it, because it was up most of the time, even without you spamming it. Whereas with concealment, you legit have to spam the crap out of that button all the time, basically. So that's what I said. Definitely stylistic change. But I'll probably farm for a ring with the GA damage on star damage versus stuff myself, just cause. I doubt that's going to be a thing next patch though, especially with the new aspects and stuff. The new aspects for the ultimate damage and stuff like that, like some of the new things we got, it's probably going to be better than Pit Fighter's goal. And then we're probably not, it's probably not going to double dip next season, hopefully. And trick attacks won't be, you know, as ridiculous. So Copium probably, but I think Pit Fighter's goal is going to only have it's going to only have a little bit of love. For like, you know, a month and a half, and then that's kind of really it. A month and a half, 2 months. Did someone say rings? Can you even trade Pit Fighter's goals now? Because you couldn't before. It was always account bound. It was always account bound for some strange reason. forgot to add an aspect. I forgot noxious ice. Oh man. What's the highest Piv Rose can do after the batch? Don't know. I say that because like the patch just came out, so no one knows what the actual ceiling is. We can, you know, we have numbers based off the few people that are still pushing. But like no one knows the actual number Rogues can actually get up to quite yet. But my assumption is probably you're not going to see anything higher than maybe a 120, 121, maybe. Given that most people already have Korean, like most people who are pushing probably already have Korean gear already. So it gets a matter of whether they want to put in the hours to do it. What's the highest anything besides the Spiritborn can do? I saw on the news Elon Musk did a 150. Well, I mean, if you play Spiritborn, doing a 150 is not impressive at all. Like, it's expected of you on Spiritborn. Like, if you're not doing 150s on Spiritborn, it's almost like, what are you doing with your life at that point? But the reason why it's newsworthy is because it's Elon Musk. That's all. You only have 120. Did you choose to play any of the non-broken builds? I assume that would be the explanation for that. And if so, kudos to you, because I probably would be doing the same thing if I made a Spiritborn this season. Us can buy all the best RT gear in the world and pay an assistant to farm for him. Well, I'm assuming that's kind of mostly what happened anyway. Because I mean, it would be contradictory if he says that he probably works harder or more hours than most people on Earth. And also being able to grind that much on Diablo 4 at the same time. It's just not possible. Something has to give, obviously. So yeah, so it's gotta be one or the other, basically. You think it's actually Elon? Like, you mean like him on that account the entire time? Like I said, it would be contradictory if it was. Like, if he did all of that himself. Now, I will say, like, during the AOZ days, during the Christmas time, he actually did play a lot of those hours himself. That I can say. But in terms of, like, in general, like, just playing that many hours on Diablo 4, it's impossible for him to do that and also claim to work 15, 16 hours a day. Like, it's just, you can't. Like, literally, there's just not enough hours in the day to do that. So either someone is playing on your account or getting the gear for you and all you're doing is just playing the game. Or maybe like someone else is playing on your account and doing all those things for you, but it's your name and you're taking credit for it. Then again, I doubt that that's the case because he actually can play the game. Like, he knows it. He knows it well enough to be able to do the said things to do the stuff in the game. I'll put it that way. I started leveling on Quill Value back when people say it was a silly. They were doing that silly dash build, and everyone said Quill is apparently OP, so I get scaled into that. Can't confirm it's insane. Works hard at playing the game. He definitely deserves. Let me see how big that pin shot is. Yeah, like I say, Elon knows enough. He's not like, he doesn't have the knowledge of, like, let's say, of like your typical content creator who might blast a lot, like who make a lot of videos in the game. He doesn't have that kind of knowledge, but like it's definitely above like the average player for sure in terms of like what he knows. With that being said, like I said, there's just not enough hours in the day for him to be able to grind that much and like during this season and do all the things and run all the companies that he runs. It's just not possible. It's not even hating. It's just literally there's not enough hours in the day. And maybe since he is like really, really rich, right? Maybe he might buy, like maybe he buys time. Maybe he actually has like 30 hours in a day. So like maybe he's somehow like able to somehow exist out of this particular timeline and go somewhere else for like an additional 6 hours and come back and take that efficiency. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, he's rich enough to be able to put together something like that and pay for it and like fund it and stuff. I mean, who knows? But in this timeline where it's 24 hours in a single day, or roughly, 23 hours and 56 minutes or whatever you want to call it, for those you might want to be that picky about it. Or 26 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the actual like whatchamacallit, but it's just literally impossible. He plays during meetings. I mean, I sure. I mean, if I was him, I'd do that too. I mean, what you gonna tell me? what you gonna say to me? Like you're gonna make me pay attention to my own meetings? Like what? Like really? How you gonna do that? I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, just being honest. I would not be surprised if he does have like a wicked PC setup on his plane somehow while he's flying around. Like, I mean, I'd want one. Crimson Cass, I see your comment and I'm totally gonna read it, but it's a lot for me to read while I'm in this pit, so I'll respond when I finish this pit. Or I'll read the rest of it when I'm. Yeah. Because I'm actually want to see how long this is taking me for this 85. So I don't want to mess up my rotations or whatnot. Ow. Yeah, I literally just like stood there and took it. I keep forgetting I don't have Dark Shroud on this setup. So those things, you know, hurt. I probably need to go to Kyogre Shack because I kind of want to see something. Yeah, I just saw a blue number. Look at that. Haven't seen one of those in a long time. Like a high blue number. IMG Docs, I know you're a serious player who authors guys, has a competitive esports background, is on the Maxroll team and actively spreadsheets, plans, reveals. But why can't you accept that a random Asian billionaire with no esports history, no free time, and every avenue available to cheat and act harmony is better than me? I mean, in a game like this, anybody can claim to be better than me, and it wouldn't bother me at all. All jokes aside, by the way, like it really wouldn't even bother me at all, because it's an action RPG. Like, it's some, you know, if in reality someone wants to say, "Hey, I'm better than you," I'll be like, "Okay." You know, if you want to be, okay, cool. Because I mean, there really is no real metric, you know, when it comes to that in an action RPG. So like, I guess the importance of it, you're better than me. There you go. I concede, sir. Necrovault is better than I am. Crimson Cash, there you go. What's the actual best sword build right now? It's constantly changing on Maxroll. I don't think we've done any real changes on sword like that. Like any big major changes on what's actually best on Maxroll. I know what Shatter is still best, I think. But it's been that way for like about almost a month now in terms of like that being the best build. I've considered tweeting at Elon that he should race anyone to speed run categories in RTA to prove he's the best in the world. So glad they finally gonna make some changes. Oh wait, so you don't no longer need to do your class quest. Okay, yeah. I'm happy about that too. That's a major one for even me, man. I hated with the passion doing the rogues class quest. Hated. Let's see, let me try accelerating. I'm gonna remove branching volleys, which is probably gonna be a big mistake, but I'm curious. Yeah, Druid and Barb are so annoying. I wonder how important Branch and Volleys really is on this though, considering that I'm like I should be able to ricochet back to the original target anyways without it, right? Should be able to. I mean, I haven't done enough tests to know, but so I know we're not like going this route per se, but I do want to make sure to be very careful that we kind of keep it on subjects and topics that doesn't consider anything politically when it comes to Elon Musk. I know it's unfortunate that like I mean I would like to talk more about the guy in general, but obviously since he kind of like entered the political realm of things, it makes it very difficult to have a discussion like that and without it being political. So I just want to, if you notice, all my responses and replies are have nothing politically motivated or sounding or anything about it. So I just kind of want to make sure that we keep it that way. Yeah. I'm just saying. I just want to make sure that we know. Just kind of want to nip it before it goes into that realm. I heard Elon Musk bit the house he was born in. Yeah, so Christy Castle, like, I think, like, let's be honest, I think most of the Diablo related leaderboards or whatever like that, like specifically Diablo 4, isn't really like it's there, but I don't think it's really managed or taken in like the utmost seriousness, I guess you could say. Just because obviously there just isn't really a big market for it in a sense. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad that hellties.com is doing that, but just honestly, just there's kind of like you said, you know, it's hard to have to claim that like a title like that, considering that anybody else who could do the same thing may not have made a submission because there's no official leaderboards for one, right? Or, you know, that kind of thing. So that actually kind of felt okay without branch and volleys, believe it or not. It is viable enough to spam basic attack with twisting blades when using combo points instead of 3 to 1. Doing the 3-1 rotation numbs your brain. Oh, you mean like spam? You mean like do like attack weaving? Is that what you mean? Like skill weave, twisting blades, and basic attack? Can you do that actually? I actually haven't tried to do it with a melee and a basic attack. Maybe because, well, yeah, because then the combination dagger can sometimes trigger all 3 combo points. So, but you got to keep in mind your precision. Your well, I guess you wouldn't do precision with twisting blades. Never mind. Yeah. So yeah, I guess you can. Yeah, as long as you use a melee basic attack though, or or a basic attack that uses the dagger slash swords or whatever. So puncture, blade shift, or invigorating strike. As long as those 3 are your basic attacks, one of those 3, then yeah, you can weave it together, and it should be fine. How do you level up? Is it gear or gets your Paragon level? Well, I mean, that's a broad question. You mean like level your character up? You mean, or how do I get stronger? Or he has 30 hours in PoE, so he's got a lot of catching up to do. I have a ton of catching up to do myself, but I'm gonna just kind of go in. I don't say blind, but I'm just gonna just jump right in. Then again, I'm not planning on making any videos or content or anything based on the early access. So I'm literally just gonna go in and learn. He's asking Elon Musk. I don't know for certain. He totally did use the elixir thing. I mean, no one would be even get that close anyways without it. But again, like I said, hellties.com is I know we use that as a metric to kind of see what builds are doing what, but you also got to remember that there are people out there who are playing the game who do push and do things that just simply don't post their clears. Because there's no official leaderboard, so maybe somebody doesn't want to record or spend time in shadow play or whatever like that. So like, I'm sure there's also clears and things out there that people just haven't recorded. So like, it's hard to really use helltides.com as a gauge for literally saying I'm number whatever in the world per se on the unofficial leaderboard. At that. I mean, you can kind of make the claim, you can make the statement of saying, I did a really fast time, like a super fast time, like an under 2 minute time on Spiritborn, sure. But like claiming you're the, like anyone claiming they're the best because of the rank on the hellties.com is just, I don't know. Like, I'll put it this way. People who actually compete in games that actually have a leaderboard, sponsorships, and those kind of things, or esports relatable thing, would never say anything like that in a game like this. I'm just gonna put it that way. This actually would have been a pretty decent time if I didn't have to like backtrack. Like legit, there was so much backtracking. So the hell ties that they've been there from the beginning with the timers before the timers. Oh yeah, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not knocking hellties.com per se. They're offering a service that doesn't exist, right? Even Maxroll did that back in the AOZ days. We stopped doing that because it just kind of felt like it wasn't worth it at the end of the day. But don't get me wrong. You know, it is a service that people want or whatnot. But it's just, I don't know. Like there's, it's good that it's there. I'll put it that way. It's good that that's a thing. I think putting all your eggs in the basket and saying that that's where all the best players are going to be, you know, uploading your stuff at is probably a bit of a long shot. Hell, who was it? Who was it? I forgot his name. Gosh, how did I forget his name? How did I forget his name? Back in the AOZ days, was it AOZ or was it season 4? I think it was. His name will come back to me in a bit. But there was a rapid fire player who actually had the highest clear, but never uploaded it. Like he literally like made a YouTube video. Like he actually recorded it, YouTube video, but he never actually uploaded it to the site. So he never technically had rank 1 on Rogue at the time, but he literally was. He did have the highest rapid fire clear at the time. There are people who are just like that, just like, you know what, I'm just gonna. Because he pretty much found it silly. He just didn't feel like it. Should probably throw in some cow traps in here though, just to kind of see what my boss time would be with the buff. Because my elite kills are actually pretty decent. This guy here, Wild Poison. Oh, this is the Victimize. This is Victimize Barrage. Definitely quite a few benefits with Golden Poison for Victimize Barrage. I would say more so the lucky hit than anything else, but yeah. I'm actually doing this without branch and volleys. What pit tier is pit more XP than Hordes, by the way? I honestly don't know. I don't know the exact number. Sorry. I feel like I knew at one point, but I honestly don't remember. Were clears with the elixir bug accepted on the leaderboard? I don't know. I would assume no. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we're warming up. We're ready for the X. Let's see. Let's go back to branching. Just curious. Is Barrage better than Heartseeker? Barrage does a better job of proccing Victimize than Heartseeker does. Well, let me rephrase this way. Umber Crux is what makes Barrage a little better than Heartseeker for Victimize builds. I'll put it that way. Heartseeker can't really technically use Umber Crux in the same way because Heartseeker doesn't pierce, it ricochets. So I keep forgetting I don't have Dark Strike. I can't tank that. Messed up my time, so I guess we'll start over. Build. This is Barrage. The same thing that's on my my guide on YouTube. My video guide, as well as the Maxroll written guide. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I said, like the Umber Crux basically carries Barrage for Victimize. Without it, Heartseeker would actually be better. Because Heartseeker has better multipliers, or more multipliers they can use to buff Victimize. Are you in Exile, Andy, to obtain all this information? Honestly, no. Most of it is like memory. Just playing the game a lot and just memory. Like I have a really good memory. In fact, I don't even like spreadsheets. I don't. Like lots of testing I do, honestly, it's not because I worked it out on like Excel or anything first. It's literally I thought about it in the shower, and I remember it the next day as I'm thinking about it at work, and then I just try it at nighttime. Yeah, all of my experiments and stuff like that is usually not mapped out beforehand. or not written down or mapped out or anything beforehand. Almost died right there. Yeah, so like I absolutely delete stuff when I have the Umber Crux down, but when I don't, things take a lot longer to die. Do you think a Flurry build Rain of Arrows? What do you mean? When you say Flurry build Rain of Arrows, like, are you talking about just like the regular Rain of Arrows build, or are you talking about like... Oh, fully built. Sorry, my fault. I misread that. A fully built Renovating go beyond. Oh yeah, I have a YouTube video of 3.5 weeks ago of me doing a 6-minute 100 before the patch, and that wasn't me even maxed out on my gear. In fact, actually, Renovaros was technically literally the strongest rogue build before the patch. It hit a 114 before patch, which was technically the highest rogue clear at the time. But did you listen to New Kendrick? I have not, but I've heard about the album drop though. Like but I will be. I will be. I will be. Doesn't like to spread the cheese. Alright, we'll do one more like this, and then I'll switch up some stuff. Bending it all out, it's worth it. Maybe I just need to cast more potions along the way. So I can get more on-fighter killing trash. I can't always prop a totem all the time, but whoops. Considering trying your Wind Force Precision variant, is it close better than Victimize Barrage? So Victimize Barrage, Victimize in general, well, yeah, so Victimize Barrage will push a little higher than Precision Barrage. It's just mostly because of the Umber Crux or whatever. However, I think for every other content in the game, I much prefer to do Precision Barrage. So I guess it depends. Like if you're speed farming, including speed farming pits or whatever, I think Precision Barrage is a bit more enjoyable. But for pushing, if you're trying to reach a higher pit level, I think Victimize Barrage is probably 2 or 3 tiers stronger. So I guess it depends on the goal. Like stuff like this, like for speed farming, like I have to literally go straight from pack to pack with Umber Crux to really feel like I'm doing something on Victimize Barrage. It's a lot of something though. Like the packs, you know, basically evaporate or whatever, but I have to have Umber Crux. Otherwise, I feel like I'm not doing much of anything. Precision Barrage, I just spray and pray, and stuff just dies. About Heartseeker, can you reach 100 with it? You can, but you're definitely gonna need good gear to do it. Well, that's for all rogue builds, really, but yeah, it's possible. It won't be easy, but it'll be. I mean, it's possible. I guess better Barrage or Heartseeker. Barrage is a little better. I think right now I'm trying to figure out the value of branch and volleys at the moment. It's always something that we always take, but I wonder how necessary is it really? These two some Blaze Rising ranks, is it legit now? It was legit before, as in like being able to clear 100. So I guess it just depends on what your version of legit is per se. Using Wind Force, yeah. Wind Force is actually best in slot now for Precision Barrage. Precision Barrage. Victimize doesn't care about the unique ethics, so it doesn't really matter there. Let's try something else here. Let's do Noxus Ice here. Concussive. And then we can do Conceited here. We'll drop Branch and Volley still. What's the difference between Precision Barrage and Victimize Barrage? The key passive. So Rogues is highly dependent on which key passive you build. So Victimize is a whole different key passive than Precision key passive. So you read the key passive, see what it does, and then you build around that key passive. So Precision is based off of crit damage and precision stacking. Victimize is based off the Victimize damage, and your damage doesn't matter, but the Victimize damage itself proc does. So the way you build both of them are completely different. So Victimize, you don't do any damage, but the proc deals all the damage. Precision Barrage, you deal all the damage, but there is no proc, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like I haven't really put any information out there on the internet about it, but a part of me, like when I chose to make the big, I don't say risk, but like the hot take of maybe we don't need branching volleys on a barrage build, because like who's really thought about actually dropping branching volleys on barrage for anything? Ever since I did that just for the hell of it, I've been really interested in the idea of actually dropping it, because it's my theory seems to be quite spot on with the relevance of it in certain setups in Barrage. Because what Barrage typically struggles on is obviously like single target has always been Barrage's bane. It's not that bad, but it's like, AoE is never the issue. And since branching volleys does nothing for a single target and you already have a ton of AoE, how important is branching volleys really for most content? Unless it's giving you more single target in terms of like being able to ricochet back to the same target, how much value is it actually really giving you outside of that? So I've been kind of back and forth with it. Like I played my precision build without branching volleys and with, and personally I prefer it without. Now on the Maxroll guy, I left it with branching volleys because I don't want to be getting a jillion questions in my DM right now about it. So, but I personally play without it and just do another damage aspect instead. J-Matt. As in like piss 65 already? What do you mean? Oh, you said also like the fact that the comp is and whatever the name of the mat open for pits. I forgot what it's called. I was curious about the XP and horrors on average person's pit. Generally speaking, if you're, I'll put it this way, if your build is pretty like specced out, like if you're pretty like min max or close to min max or really well built or whatever on like a strong build, then pit is going to yield more XP per hour than horrors will. If you're kind of still in the building stages of your build, like, not geared out all the way, missing some ancient pieces or, maybe Paragon 240 or something like that or below, then horrors is probably better XP. It's generally how I like to look at it, honestly. I don't know if it's Sase or who in this chat plays a lot of Victimize Barrage. There's like someone in my chat that mains Victimize Barrage for most of the season on Rogue. I thought it was Sase, I'm not sure. I'd like to ask him something. Umber Crux, I swear. I think I'm about to go to Kyova Shad to kind of take a look at this. It's kind of hard to tell in pits. Oh, they're like right out. They're right outside of an Umber Crux frag. Let's see. This is without cow traps too as well, so I'm missing a pretty big multiplier on boss skilling, but I'm aware of that. So I'm taking that into account. All right, we need to turn in. Just curious what your thoughts on grinding out 1 GA to 3 GA gear in the game at the moment. Personally, kind of hoping they make it more obtainable. Actually, solo find 3 GA items, whereas your own build at some point, it doesn't seem like they're moving towards that, and it's get good gear instead of finding it yourself. And unique items seem to still be mostly spam for Exrotas. They did make it. They did say that they are looking to improve the ancestral drop rate for season 7. How they're going to improve it in terms of that's concerned, I don't know. In terms of like 2 GA like 3 GA items, I guess you could say. I don't mind that they're rare. But I think the reason why we feel that we almost can never get them is because the ancestral items in general are rare. If the ancestral items were, a little bit more obtainable or easier to obtain, then we would naturally see more 2GA, 3GA items because ancestrals would drop more often. Does that make sense? So, I don't know what they're going to do with that. Now, in terms of so it was equally bad previous 2 seasons though. I would say it's worse this season than it was the previous seasons for that. But regardless, I don't think it's good. So a change needs to happen. Now in terms of this whole trading thing, what will also be pretty neat though is if again we have like a solo self found mode, then we can kind of change the rules or bend the rules a little bit. Where like maybe solo self found, you have a higher chance, you have a higher drop rate chances for certain things. Hello, will I play PoE too? Yeah. Jose, I'm sorry. I just missed your comment. I literally just saw your comment after I scrolled up. Whenever a rapid fire build is very heavily dependent on crowd control. Is it better to put Headhunter versus Devious or Control? I think Headhunter should be there regardless, honestly. I don't know what other glyphs you have, but Headhunter, in my opinion, is probably one of the better glyphs to have in most builds. If the choice is Devious or Control, or like a different glyph or something like that, I will most likely go Control. I guess it depends on what other glyphs you have. I don't know all the glyphs you kind of have set up there. When you get 2 or 3 G8, it's res, vigor, heal, all useless. Yeah, that's how the game does you for sure. You're right. Did we have a new most asked question now? Is it am I gonna play PoE too? Yeah. I feel like people have more that was a big last bite. I feel like I being the fact that I'm gonna be practically new-ish at the game, pretty much. Period. I don't really feel like I have much to offer when it comes to PoE 2 content, other than like learning the game, just like others who are also learning the game. I think people tend to feel like, oh, you know, you're gonna do so many cool things with PoE 2, and I'm just like, I don't know. Y'all have bigger expectations. Yeah, way more expectations of this than I do. You know, in terms of what I can provide, I guess. So. Just trying to see something. It's hard to tell with so many numbers here. Okay. All right, let's configure branch and volleys in this. What do you mean it's not there? You're cutting it down already? Slacker. It's gonna be fun. I think honestly the like for real. I think for me a lot of the experience is going to be learning the game. Like it's gonna be fun, like learning a different product, especially something, you know, along like, you know, something that size, right? So I'm just gonna be excited to be learning something new-ish that I'm possibly might be playing for, you know. What's the statue? Where am I at? Kilvashad. It's the new statue for the event or whatever. So you come down here, you go to it once and it gives you gifts, and then that's kind of really it. At least that's to my knowledge. That's kind of really it. Well, there's more things I think with the event itself, but I don't interact with it. I don't really see. Like you said, to play the PTR. Oh no, I will. I mean, keep in mind the PTR it drops in the 3rd, right? Path of Exile drops in the 6th. That gives me 3 full days of blasting the PTR to find out the changes before I hop into PoE. So that works out. Let's see. Noxus. Misspelling that. Conceded. And then branching. Sorry if I asked a lot. Actually 3. Well, of course. What's your top 5 bills? Bruh. 3, yeah, December 3rd, 4th, 5th. Yep. So what it would do is it would kind of make me that it would make that week or weekend or that particular week going into the weekend gonna be like long hours for me because I have to play enough on those 3 days to be able to test everything I need to. And thank God we should have the armory at that point too. So hopefully I'll be able to like, you know, put together builds real quick, sort of thing. And then save them so I can go back and forth between them and whatever to test and mess around with things. But like those will probably be like 13, 14 hour days, stream days, all 3 of those days, just because I'm sure there's a lot to test and go through. The Victimize proc seems to be very kind of inconsistent as well. Like it's not the same rate. I guess what I'm trying to test here is like again, like is branching volleys really making a difference on like a single target? I'm sure it probably has more of an effect when there's multiple targets. But generally speaking, multiple targets isn't really a problem, or it has never been a problem really. So would it be better to just buff the single target damage? I thought 6.4 bill, yeah. Also, this is probably trick attacks now, though. Actually, how far can I? How about let's go like this here. Okay, I think this is probably best if I just stay here. So they're also freezing too, it looks like. What up? You seldom use Flurry, in fact? Well, yeah, of course. I only use it as a mobility skill to get around. It just feels really good for that purpose. It's not a necessity, but it's legit just a preference. But that's why I like you don't see it on like my guys or whatever unless it's random arrows, of course. Like the guys on my planners or whatever, just because I know that people do look at it and may not prefer doing, having Flurry as a movement skill like I do. I guess it'll be easiest to just do intercom or whatever. So we're gonna take our branch and Volleys again and do the same test. Try to rest somehow next week. Yeah, I know, right? It's gonna be a long week after that, or week after next. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'm not really convinced with branch and volleys, man, on this. Like I get the idea of it, but I'm really not convinced is like worth. Like there's practically zero benefit on single target, and the AoE benefit is questionable on a Victimize setup. Because your damage doesn't matter. You assume more arrows coming back in and proccing would give you a bigger proc or whatever. What was I gonna do here? I think accelerating. Now it's gonna mess around with different breakpoint. Should be two breakpoints higher now. Is it shadow build? Oh, absolutely. I'll be doing some planner stuff when the patch notes come out. Trying to look at where the Victimize procs are happening. So it's happening on this dummy here. This dummy gets it. This dummy gets it. I see this dummy gets it sometimes too. So let me keep pointing in the same direction of. I mean, I do see the ricochets actually coming in and hitting. What's the highest pit you can do with this build? I don't know. I don't push pits. I would assume after the buff, probably somewhere 108, 109 maybe. Victimize didn't get much loving, I think. This patch compared to like precision builds or like rapid fire got a lot. Twisting Blades got quite a bit. Rain of Arrows was already really good. So the little buff it gave was still made it really good. Yeah, Victimized builds in general are a little bit behind precision builds and Twisting Blades and Overpower Flurry in general. But 108 is not to get your glitz to 100. Well, yeah. It's like all of my big procs don't happen at all if I'm not using Umber Crux whatsoever. Like yeah, basically making it so therefore like Umber Crux is like carry so freaking hard. This build is stronger than Rain of Arrows. Numbers on this seem pretty crazy on Barrage. No. The numbers are considerably higher on Rain of Arrows for sure. You think Blizzard will address the trick attack bug? I hope so. Sure, it gives us a lot of damage, I guess. but it also pigeonholes us into certain ways of having to play bosses. It feels so bad on bosses because you don't really get the proc at all until there's minions. So like it makes speed farming pits rather unpleasant. So I hope they do something about the Trick-or-Tracks bug, and then they kind of give us a generic buff to kind of compensate for that. But I don't like Trick-or-Tracks in general. So I wish they do something to it. Or the bug, sorry. Trick-or-Tracks is fine, but the bug itself, the double dip and stuff like that, just makes it nearly just unbearable to play with in other aspects of the game. I think since it's mid-season, I'm probably not gonna shake up rogues, I guess, right now by not including branch and volleys. But I do think that I don't really think branch and volleys belongs in the Victimize Barrage build. Precision build is still kind of questionable too, because you can get like another aspect, but at least the AO, like the additional AOE arrows, stuff like that, actually like has the value on big targets or trash targets or whatever. On a Victimize setup where most of your damage is really coming from the Umber Crux proc. I don't think branch and volleys is really worth on Victimize. What I want to do now. But for now, let's keep branch and volleys here. I'm going to randomly throw in... Actually, you know what? Maybe not. Let's go Retribution. Then we're going to throw in a Wind Force. Just cuz. Why? Literally just cuz. Maybe we find something. Doubt we will, but never know until we try. We'll be putting this build up on a planner. It's already in the Maxroll guide. Like I have a Maxroll guide already with this already. Just don't pay attention to Shadow Clone and Flurry. I just went a different way to do the same exact thing that's already on Maxroll. But legit, the inner mechanical workings of this setup is basically exactly how I have it on Maxroll and or my video guide. So this isn't like a different build than what I already have. What about Andorra Visions after the buff? It's a 33% buff. Now if it wasn't working well before the patch, it's not gonna do much after. Like it's about 2 pit tiers of a buff, so still not really worth. What boss drops Sky Hunter? Vershawn. Okay. Oof, look at that speed. See if it comes to the same conclusion. I mean, I already know it. Probably gonna, I know what my expectations are, but yeah. Nice 4-star, by the way. That's Sky Hunter. I made that build last night. It's fun. Which build? Because there's several builds that I use Sky Hunter. So where are the best builds now? Pretty much the same as they were before the patch. Except Twisting Blades kind of got a little bit more love, so it kind of shot up a little bit in the rankings. But everything else is probably pretty much the same as it has been on Rogue. This actually isn't bad. Shockingly enough. Are you struggling on the pit itself, True Gamer, or are you struggling on the bosses? Those are two very different things. On the 90, that is. Just the boss? Yeah. Well, if you get a boss with minions, it's an easy kill. So it's really... So honestly, your 85s and 90s might be roughly the similar speed if you got a boss with minions. Without minions, though, obviously, it's going to take a lot longer. But that's just precision builds in general. Or rogue in general. Oh, okay. I'm actually very surprised by how well this is doing. Why is it doing this well? And do I need to build like a hybrid setup where I actually start building into Barrage's damage a little bit? Okay, that wasn't good. Yeah. The fact that it took me over 3 staggers though, it's kind of horrible. But what made that like really good during during the pit, but awful on the boss? That's odd. Not odd, but like weird. But is this Victimize Barrage? Like like I don't know. That just cuz. Dive link to this one, right? It's just a barrage build on Maxroll. This isn't the new build. Now I am like experimenting with like a wind force here, but like it's basically the Maxroll build. Mechanically, it's all the same. Now, of course, obviously, if I think wind force is better, I'll update with the wind force, but I'm not sold on it. But I'm surprised that it's working decently. I'll put it that way. Like, I know the ranks to Malice, whatever, is like really good. Which is obviously like kind of what's seemingly carrying this a little bit. But like this just feels good. I'm very surprised. Maxroll build uses Death Trap and Shadow Step. I know. That's why I said mechanically it's the same. So instead of Death Trap for the pull, I'm using Vortex, Spiritborn Rune for the pull instead. And instead of Shadow Step for my movement, I'm using Flurry for my movement. So mechanically it works the same exact way. I'm just doing it. I'm doing the same thing just in a roundabout way. But it's the same build. Like, it's still Barrage, it's still Poison Imbuement, it's still Smoke Grenade, it's still Umber Crux. I wouldn't suggest doing this, by the way. Like, this isn't something that I would go, hey, this is better to do it this way. This is more like I prefer Flurry as the movement skill to get around over Shadow Step, and then using Shadow Clone as my unstoppable, but not a lot of people would like that. But it doesn't really change the outcome of the build. Like, I won't do more damage doing it this way. Whoever thought that been forced to take over Skyhunter? Well, Skyhunter was never used in Victimize builds anyway. We use a crossbow for Victimize builds. But yeah, I would never thought Windforce would be better than Skyhunter on precision builds. That was a pleasant surprise. But I can't really put my finger on why this is performing as well as it is on Victimize. Am I hopping on the PoE 2 train? I'm gonna try it. Just like I would try any game that looks good. In the genre. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh, it's Mother's Judgment. Okay, this is gonna take a while. I think this is the first time I got Mother's Judgment tonight. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a few more runs with this. Oh, you kidding me? Well, Wingers, what's going on? Hope it's all well with you and your students. They better have the hot crust buns down. See, I had the same issue with Windforce with the pit boss, except mine seemed worse. Yeah, I don't really know what the I just don't know. I'm also losing an aspect too, so like I have to drop one anyway. So let's go back to branch and volleys for a bit. Even though I don't like it, but maybe. One of the devs are ashamed to have to see in PoE 2. And PoE 2 is the troll Soul Successor D2. Okay. Nobody has the shocks and tap. Oh no, it's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Barrage is cool, but man, I feel like a good TB build would win the Hearts and Mini. Oh, you mean like me making a TB build? Is that what you're saying? For all speed foreign content, I got you. Because, I mean, it's good for pushing right now. I can't really confirm it for speed farming content, but for pushing, it's actually doing pretty well right now. So in this streamer would have done D4 for PoE to wait and see. I'm assuming this streamer is me you're talking about. I have every intent to play. I plan on playing early access for sure. But just like with any game that's ever come out ever in the existence of mankind, I always reserve my judgments until I actually play something. So I'm excited to try it, for sure. But who knows what's gonna happen after that, though? Will it become my main? Will it become my main game when it actually comes out? Could be. Will it become my side game, which when it comes out? Possibly. Could it be a game I never play at all? Past early access? Maybe. Who knows? But I am hoping to have another action RPG that I can also play as well. The idea isn't to drop one for another, because that's really not good for long-term content. Every game has slow seasons or whatever. Not slow seasons, but like has a period of time where like no one really plays, like towards the middle or the end of a league or a season. That's just how it is for any action RPG. So having multiple action RPGs you want to play is always a play. Is always a W. So giving up one for another is actually kind of a bad idea for a content creator, really. Content creators would rather have both to play, honestly, if they're both doing well. Yeah, so I can't figure out my single target with this. I don't understand. Either Malice is not working like it should on the boss or something, or not double dipping on the boss like what it does on mobs or something. I can't really explain what is causing the discrepancies on a single target versus just a regular crossbow. But like on like regular mobs, it does just fine. Yeah, ever like Grim Dawn or not? So, and honestly, I never played Grim Dawn, but like I've watched people play it. I know a friend who does play it. I honestly feel like Grim Dawn just launched at like the wrong time. Like, but this way, Path of Exile launched at like legit the best time it ever could have, like ever in I would say in the history of action RPGs. But this launch window was legit the perfect window, because D3 was like in a really bad state at the moment. People were really upset with the direction D3 took. So when Path of Exile came out, and it was considerably closer to Diablo 2 than Diablo 3 was, right? Then a lot of people flocked to that, despite the fact that Path of Exile, when it first came out, really wasn't that good of a game. At the start, it was actually pretty rough, like really rough. But some of the systems and things reminded people of D2, so people kind of stuck with it. And then, of course, as the game got better and better and better, and as devs, kept throwing content in the game and established goodwill with the community, it blew up to what we see now, right? Grim Dawn didn't ever really have that chance, really. So like, I think Grim Dawn's a good game as well, but like it launched at a time that Path of Exile was actually getting some steam, and then D3 was starting to turn around a little bit for those who still enjoy playing D3 at the time. That when Grim Dawn launched, it just didn't have so like I honestly think that had Grim Dawn launched, so if Grim Dawn and Path of Exile launched, if Grim Dawn launched when Path of Exile did, and Path of Exile launched when Grim Dawn did, I think we might be having a very different conversation. It's hard to know or predict what would actually really happen, but I think Grim Dawn would have gained considerably more players in the player base had it launched in that window instead of Path of Exile, because Grim Dawn has a lot of things that Diablo 2 players like as well. So like that would have been a no-brainer for people to uh I'll give you another example too as well. Like Last Epoch, for instance, too. Like, and this is what I said about Last Epoch before. I feel like Last Epoch is a good game. I feel like it launched too late. You guys remember this? Like for people who have been in my chat like for a while, you guys remember this, right? I was saying, I'm like, I'm afraid for Last Epoch. I said this last year. I said I'm afraid for Last Epoch because while it is a good game, I think it's competitive to the at the time the current the current generation of action RPGs. So like the Diablo 3, the Path of Exile, or whatever like that. I think it's fine against that. The fact that it launched so late in the game, and it's not Last Epoch. I mean, obviously, it's an indie company. You got to do what you got to do. It takes a while to develop, a good game and whatnot. But like its launch window was, or when it launched, is at a time where, actually, when it launched, it was actually good. For the fact that Diablo 3 wasn't doing well because it was season 3 and season 3 sucked. So, but as soon as season 4 rolled around, a lot of people just kind of just forgot about. I say forgot about, but just kind of just stopped talking about Last Epoch. But yeah, it's just I wish Last Epoch would have like launched like a year and a half earlier. I think it would have got more steam had it done so. And it's definitely not going to do too well now once Path of Exile 2 comes out. Because I mean, there's just too much competition for Last Epoch at this point. And looking at Last Epoch in general, like just the way it looks and feels to play, feels like a past generation action RPG with, don't get me wrong, some of the best systems in the business. Like a skill tree is by far better than anything I've seen in an action RPG. It's got some great systems, but like it just feels like a previous generation action RPG. And it's just, how do you catch up at that point? Like, now you're gonna need like a Last Epoch 2, but that's gonna be like, if they did that, it's gonna be years from now. Will Williams just said, I think people are thinking highly of PoE 2 and don't realize the massive casual player base that Diablo has. They showed the PoE 2. I plan on playing it as well. I just think people are overhyping it. There are people who are definitely are going to, or who are, or will be overhyping the game for sure. Naturally. And I will say that the devs and the company kind of deserves that hype, just being honest. However, I do think it's dangerous because there is a certain point where the hype can be too large where you just cannot meet that hype. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there has been games with so much hype that it just becomes just disappointing when that game doesn't meet that hype. Starfield got a ton of hype at the start. And I don't think Starfield was a bad game coming out the gate, but the amount of hype surrounding it, like, is going to be like the next whatever, because of the team who created the game. It's almost hard to, like, almost impossible to meet that hype. It's almost better that it's the opposite way around, where there's no hype. It's a perfect analogy. Starfield, yeah, like, yeah, it's better for a game to have no hype and then blow up than the game that has like a ton of hype and everyone expects it to be perfect because it has that amount of hype. So in my opinion, I honestly, for the sake of anyone who isn't a Path of Exile veteran per se, right, to not have that kind of hype. You said Bethesda's a trash. But they have made great games in the past, and that's the reason why they've had the hype that they did. But that's a whole different thing. There's also what other game is that? Helldivers, right? Helldivers 2 was a really good game that came out of nowhere. Right? So Helldivers had no hype. So Helldivers 2 had zero hype going in, and then it blew up. So like that's what you want. Right? But I think at this point, though, in my lifetime, honestly, I reserve my opinions and judgments until the game comes out. Like when people, when people are saying, "Yo, I'm excited to play Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile looks cool," I'm with them. I'm excited too. I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a fun time. I hope it's a fun time. It's when people kind of like start bowing down and like worshiping, like, you know, the feet of Path of Exile 2 or the feet of any game or whatever, as if it's like the next best thing since sliced bread. It's kind of when I'm like, all right, bro, we haven't even played the game yet, and you already think you know you're gonna leave your wife and marry it or something. Like, I mean, all this is like, that kind of talk is quite ridiculous, right? It looks good, don't get me wrong, but I mean, we've hyped games many times in the past before. Sequels are always hard to do well, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think GGG is in a really good spot to do well with this game going forward. But this is it's always a hard thing. It's always a hard to impress with the sequel and try to one up your previous whatever. It's just, it's hard. And then now you're trying to appease to a more casual, like you're trying to appease casuals as well, or you're trying to bring in more people into the game because obviously doing so is more money. And as a company, Tencent, who obviously owns GGG, but lets them do whatever they want to do, which is very clear, right? Yeah. Bottom line is it's still going to be profit. So you still need to expand out past just a hardcore audience. And that might not bode well with PoE1 players. You said, remember at the start they thought Diablo 4 is a slow game. Well, they tried. Diablo 4 tried the slow and methodical gameplay, and people complained about it. So they basically caved into the player base. I'm hoping Path of Exile 2 doesn't do that. I hope Path of Exile 2 is more slower and methodical and not much like Path of Exile's 1 combat. I hope it's completely different. I hope it plays different. I hope they stick to their guns no matter who complains about it. Right? That's what I hope. I hope they don't cave in to the gameplay of PoE1, personally. But there is... He's not wrong though. Who was it? There are already PoE1 veterans who are complaining about lack of content in PoE2. But it's like we haven't even played the new content. Like we haven't played the content yet. Even though it is kind of rehashed Endgame, they made changes to the rehashed Endgame, and we haven't even played it yet for you to be complaining that much about it. However, I think there will be a divide of Path of Exile 1 player and Path of Exile 2 players. At some point, it's just going to be a natural thing. There are a lot of games that are like that. Monster Hunter Generations versus Monster Hunter World. You remember when Monster Hunter World first came out? I don't know how many of you guys know this or kind of follow the scene a little bit back then. But Monster Hunter Generation players hated Monster Hunter World. Hated Monster Hunter World. And Monster Hunter World was a good game. It was widely received as a good game amongst the majority of the player base, but your diehard Monster Hunter gamers hated Monster Hunter World. They went back to Generations. They went back to previous Monster Hunter games because they felt that Monster Hunter World was too casual. Even though it looked way better, even though it played better, but it was more, it made it easier per se compared to the Generations to appease a bigger crowd, and they hated it. Same thing with the Smash series. It happened the same thing with Smash. Smash Brawl was bad, but you know, way different than Melee. And then Smash 4 was okay. Smash Ultimate is a good game, but the Smash Melee community would never accept that game because it's not Melee. It's not as fast as Melee. It's not true Smash. So just like people, you know, where there's Diablo 2 and your Diablo 2 fan base who are not going to accept anything that is in Diablo 2, there's going to be that with Path of Exile as well. You're going to have people who like the zoom combat of Path of Exile and think that this is the true Path of Exile, and they're going to say, and that crowd, that particular crowd is probably not going to like the more slow and methodical combat of Path of Exile 2. And then say this is not true Path of Exile. I'm not saying that they're right or wrong. I'm just saying you're going to have that crowd. There's going to be a divide naturally. Now, how big that divide is, I don't know. It just depends on how well GGG executes Path of Exile 2 and whether or not they cave into making it more like Path of Exile 1 for the super ultra veterans. But I think for the casual player base, I think it's a very good opportunity to jump into Path of Exile series. They were ever to be divided initially until they quit whining after 3 years or so. They're not going to quit whining. You know how I know? Because you haven't quit whining about Diablo 3 and how bad it was compared to Diablo 2. How many years has it been? Over a decade, and people are still talking about how bad D3 was compared to Diablo 2. So that you know, they're not gonna quit whining after some years. It's gonna stick around. If you truly feel very strongly about Path of Exile 1 being better than Path of Exile 2, if those players are in that crowd, that's gonna always be that way. It ain't gonna just stop. People still complain about the Monster Hunter series to this day, straying away from generations. You're gonna always have those fanboys or those who just really feel that the original is just the way it is, and you're never gonna change their mind. Hell, same thing happened with StarCraft, right? StarCraft 2 and StarCraft Brood War, right? There are people who think StarCraft or believe that or feel that StarCraft Brood War is the pinnacle of StarCraft. They refuse to accept StarCraft 2. You still have that crowd. It's like I said, nothing wrong with that. I'm not blasting anybody for it. I'm just saying it's going to exist. Like I said, there's already doomers already about the whole like interview already from Path of Exile 1 players about Path of Exile 2 complaining already. And I'm just like, surprise. They'll become a tiny minority rather quickly, considering this is SPOE2. Most likely it's going to become not necessarily Slavic. Keep in mind, Monster Hunter World was a huge success. And people still complain about people still complain, like the hardcore crowd still complain about it. And still to this day complain about it. It's not about the success of a product. It's about the nature of the product. Hell, Smash Ultimate was the most successful Smash game, and people still, Melee community still craps on that. It's not about how successful a title becomes. It's about the merit. Hell, Diablo 3 technically sales wise was successful. Right? Like Diablo 3 made more money than Diablo 2 did. But that doesn't mean it was better. According to the crowd, right? So is success based on money, or is this, I apologize. But yeah, it's really not about that. I know we want to, again, I know there are people who want to believe that Path of Exile 2 is going to be literally like the world is going to stop when Path of Exile 2 comes out. People are going to quit their jobs. The market is going to run on their own because there'll be nobody else doing anything besides playing Path of Exile 2 for the rest of their lives. I know there are people who practically think along those lines, but there is a reality outside those lines. And no matter how good GGG might be, no matter how good Path of Exile 1 was, there is reality there. And here, for me, in my opinion, it's a wait and see game at the moment. I'm definitely gonna play. Nothing is going to discourage me from playing or encouraging me to overhype. But I'm gonna play. I'm gonna absolutely, I'm absolutely play, and I hope that it does really well. Silence is that's the reason why Reddit exists. People will break up with their partners. It's impossible for any Resident Evil game to beat out Resident Evil 4 because people decided Resident Evil 4 must be best. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, so I guess that's the thing. That's the thing I'm gonna kind of keep my eye on. Like, I wonder how that's going to come across. And I guess the biggest thing is, what are the devs going to do about it? Like, what is GGG going to do about it if there's a loud enough minority of PoE 1 veterans disappointed with the direction of Path of Exile 2? Are they going to cave in, or are they going to stick to their guns and continue to create whatever they're creating? So, like, that's what I'm kind of interested to see on, because maybe the more casual player base may love Path of Exile 2. Who knows? At that point, do you continue with that success there, or do you make it more like Path of Exile 1? The decision will likely be heavily based on sales numbers. Typically speaking, yeah. Tencent's also a really large company, but Tencent seems to allow GGG to kind of do what they want to do, almost. I'm gonna say everything, but like, you can tell there's much less red tape with GGG and the devs and what they're able to do versus, like, for instance, Blizzard, who has to go through like 100 pieces of red tape just to add text to the game or something. Which is it's sad that it's like that, but it is what it is. Right. So I think, honestly, since Tencent has been mostly hands off with GGG and how they do things, I think they might have a bigger say so over the direction of the game going forward, regardless of the sales or the response of part of your player base. So we'll see. I'm personally, I'm hoping they stick to their guns with what they have currently and continue to drive that. I wish Blizzard did that, or was able to do that. Did that, or was able to do that. I don't really know the true answer to that. But it is what it is. I just thought GGG would cave to the PoE 1 veterans if they're not happy. Blizzard has such a stranglehold for the casual player base. Well, given that Blizzard has been owned by a much bigger company, like, for instance, Activision, that for a while, and then now Microsoft, sales is going to be number one, and you get more sales by catering more so to your casual player base. So that's just corporation 101, I guess. Like I said, I don't think GGG is in that same position or predicament because they started out as a game for hardcore players. So if they do, listen, so like, that's their player base, right? So PoE would drag a lot of players in early access. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Will they stay? We don't know. I will say there's going to be a lot to do, right? But having a lot to do doesn't necessarily mean that people want to do the things that are there. I certainly do. Like, but I'm speaking for me personally. Like, from what I see, I want to do those things. I can see myself kind of chewing through a lot of that stuff in early access, but that may not be everybody, right? So we'll see. But they do offer a lot. Path of Exile 2 does offer a lot in early access, which is really impressive. So we'll see. All right. Top mini raid out there. I'm gonna figure out this whole WindForce problem or issue or thing at a later date, probably tomorrow. But I'm very Um, I guess yeah, tomorrow. I guess tomorrow night. Try to figure it out because it's weird. I don't understand why Wind Force is so good throughout and then so bad on the bosses. Like I don't get it. I don't get it at all. From the stream, the PoE to Endgame looks like a mix and mismatch of things done differently. Well, basically, Path of Exile is a game that built upon itself. So like there'll be league mechanics that ends up making it to the game permanently. So it's just they're adding so you're adding, so instead of just doing like a league and then it's done, oftentimes there's a league and then there's league mechanics that end up getting added to the game and becomes a permanent feature that people can do if they want to. So there's just a lot of things that like so there are a lot of different there's a lot of different end game paths you can take and do, which would be great for those who really want a lot of different things, a lot, or maybe like may not like one end game thing, but they like a different end game thing, and they're gonna do that end game thing to be able to progress the character, which we call, I guess, meta progression or whatever. Then like people might like that, right? Some people, may dislike what we would call bloat, right? Whereas like there's too much. Whereas like I don't want all these like 7 different choices of end game. Just give me the one clear path, and versus me trying to figure out which one's best for me. Some people don't like that. Some people don't like options. How do I know? Because as a Maxroll guide writer, when I offer variations or options or different ways to do something, it's like, oh, you can do this or that. There are people who just don't like that. It's like, no, tell me exactly what you want me to do. I'm like, well, you pick. This one's good. That one's good. You can choose. No. You tell me which one's best. Give me the option. Right? So there are people who just want they just want that one option. That's it. They don't want variations. They don't want different ways to do whatever. They just want the one way, the one good way, and that's it. Right? And I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong with that, but like Path of Exile 2 would not appease that player per se, because they're not looking for those kind of options. So like something like Diablo 3 would be more along their lines where it's like it's rifts and greater rifts, and that's it. Rifts, greater rifts, and it's so streamlined, right? So, but it works for those people. But we'll see though. Like I said, I'm excited for it. I hope they do well. At the very worst, them doing well is just going to create more competition or better competition amongst the action RPGs that are out there, which as a consumer, we win, right? The more they fight, or the more they fight to try to keep to try to get your dollars or keep your attention or your whatever, is great for us. So I'm actually looking forward, as a consumer, being like, well, I was gonna play Diablo season 11, but man, that league with the Ranger with the new stuff and this and Path of Exile 2 looking kind of spiffy over there. I don't know. I think I might have to check that out instead this season, or start the league and Path of Exile 2 first, and then do Diablo 4 season later, something like, so, or maybe even skip the season, right? Like the higher ups and Microsoft don't want to hear that. They don't want that. They don't want that. So and also the other way around. It could be the other way around too. So like I think it's great. Next year is gonna be a great year for anyone who likes action RPGs. Whether you end up liking Diablo 4 or sticking with Diablo 4, whether you end up going towards Path of Exile, whether you end up playing both games, I don't think you really can lose next year for action RPGs. So next year is going to be a good year. All right, who are we going to go to? Legit, almost like nobody's really on. We'll go to Merc. Let's see. Yeah, GG's. Enjoy the stream. See you next time. Yeah, man. Appreciate you. Next year, World War III. Nah, man. It's gonna have to delay itself to 2026, man. I gotta play more action RPGs, man. I gotta play some D4, some Path of Exile 2, some whatever new stuff that's coming in. I'm hoping to be very busy next year, man. I'm hoping to be really busy. I don't like having slow periods like this, man. Honestly, what I'm like what I'm hoping for myself personally is that I get to play both games. Like I like both games enough to where I can hopefully, like, let's say the leagues or seasons don't launch at the same, like roughly around the same time frame. If they're like maybe like 3 or 4 weeks away from each other, or like that, whichever one has the better league or season is like the one I play the most. But then I will always have something to do, and that's the position I want to be in technically. Um, but anyways, y'all enjoy Merc. He's a cool dude. And as always, till next time.